Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Flutter audio video collab tutorial, and this tutorial is by The Best Tech. Let me tell you who this app tutorial is for. Definitely for beginners to advanced learners. If you are a Flutter beginner learner and you want to be an advanced learner, this tutorial is for you. And if you want to land a job and you want to write on your CV that, okay, you have developed a cool app, this is for you. And if you're a student and you want to write it on your thesis, because I'm going to provide you a lot of materials and pictures and graphics that you'd be able to use on your thesis. And this app is complex enough, so it's best suited for your college thesis. And if you want to use this app as a prototype and based on it, you want to build more complex features, definitely this is for you. At the end, it's just all about mastering how to build app. Why? Because we are going to use a lot of complex features and architecture to build this app. Now let's take a look at some of the functional features of this app. Definitely it will have third-party login like Google, Facebook, and Apple login. We'll also cover how to do phone number login. After all this, we'll be focusing on how to do text chat, image chat, and exciting features like audio call chat and video call chat. And at the same time, we'll be sending notification. And this app will also have profile section. And more about notifications. You'll have notification as you receive text. You'll have notification if you have an audio call from other party. You'll have notification if you have a video call from someone else. And if you initiate a video call, you'll have a sound on your side. If you initiate an audio call, you'll have sound on your side as well. And eventually, we'll also see that our chat history is saved for a long time. And at the same time, we'll see how to send images and icon with your notification. And now let's take a look at some technical features of this app. Definitely, we have used Flutter framework, we have used Laravel framework, and we have used Firebase service and Agora SDK. Now let's see how they would be connected in our app building. So definitely here, Chatty refers to our app. Now Chatty would be first talking with Firebase for login request. Once we get that one, now Chatty would be talking with our Laravel service or Laravel backend. Over there, we'd be saving data, user data, and Laravel would be also used as for authentication. So next time you want to log into your app, instead of talking to Firebase, actually you would be talking to Laravel. So we'd be learning how to build APIs along with using Firebase APIs. So if you want to master API building skill, this is the right tutorial for you. And at the same time, we'll see how to integrate Agora, Laravel, and Chatty at the same time. Now here, another thing, Laravel and Firebase, how they would be working, you may ask. Laravel and Firebase would be working for sending notification. Our Chatty app, when you send message, first will send the notification to Laravel, and Laravel would send the notification to Firebase, and Firebase would send the notification to other users, your intended users. They would receive the notification. Now let's see the core focus of this tutorial. So definitely we'll be building beautiful UI. And along the beautiful UI, we'll see how to manage our app state since we'll be dealing with a lot of data. So our app is pretty dynamic. At the same time, you'll also master how to work with local storage. We'll not only save our chat history in Firebase, but we'll also save the chat history in local storage. With this, you'll see our app is very fast. It's a seamless chatting, just like the one we use on WeChat or Facebook. Now, another feature, I'll walk you through step by step how to build API for your own server. Apart from learning how to use the API from Firebase, you'll also learn how to build API using Laravel. At the same time, we'll see how to connect our app, Laravel, and Firebase together using our backend API. We see the same with Agora SDK, where we'll connect our app, Laravel, and Agora API for talking with each other and initiating audio and video call. So after all this, let's start our exciting journey to Flutter app development. Now, one thing we have to make sure before we go ahead and check and connect our app from localhost on real device. So that means that you are also you are also having a backend, right? So in our case, we have a backend. The backend is running somewhere. So in my case, the backend is running in VS Code. So this is my VS Code actually. So from the terminal, I run it. Now I'm going to shut down the backend, and I'm going to do a clear. Now, in general, if you want to run your backend like the one that we are doing Laravel, we just do PHP artisan serve, right? But in this case, since we are going to connect to backend from our real device, but our backend is in the local host, right? So we have to use a different kind of command over here, not just PHP artisan serve. After that, we also have this host, and you have to get your device ID. Sorry, you also have to get your device IP. So what is this device IP? This device IP is your computer's IP. Now in my case, this is Mac IP and the port number. Now how to get this IP actually? So once again, we are going to launch our app from our real device, but the app would be connected in the backend. Now backend is in our local host, which is our computer. So this is not 127, so you have to get this on. And how to get this? Now if you're on Mac, go to the settings and then come to the network section. If you don't know how to go, so in this case, this would be the network section. Click on this, and over here, this is the address that you want to use. Okay, now this address, go ahead and copy that. Okay, so once you copy, you need to put over here, right over here. And after that, actually, you can have any kind of port that you want to open your backend server, because remember, our app depends on backend, right? So if we don't start our backend, it's not going to work. So this is the first thing you have to go. Now if you're a Windows user, you have to do this command. If you're a Windows user, actually you need to use this command in the terminal, ipconfig. So in general, it should give you IP address 4, and go ahead and use the first one. So they all start with actually 192 since they're localhost IP address. So go ahead and get the first one where it says that IP address 4. Okay, so go ahead and get that, copy that, and put your port right after it. So for Windows, it's the same thing, just get it and put it here, then you're good to go. And after that, you're gonna hit it over here. Now as you see, it says that over here we can visit our server in this link. So go ahead and click that. You can click open. Now you see our backend opened in 192.168. It is not 127.0.0.1. It's not that anymore, so it's changed, right? So we can access this in our browser. That also means that actually we would be able to access that on our mobile phone. But of course, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to access this on mobile phone. So I'm going to connect my mobile phone with this Mac. So right now my mobile phone is connected. So this is my other account. So I'm going to copy this one, actually the one that we had over here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and after copying this, so this is my real phone actually, and it's coming from my real phone, as you can see. Well, that's me, right? Okay, anyway, so over here I'm going to click on the link. You see the link down there? So this is the localhost link, which is hosting Laravel. So I'm going to click on this and open it. It means that actually we can access our Laravel, which is hosted in localhost, but we are accessing it from real world device on our mobile phone, right? So it means it's working. Now it's time to test this with our app. Okay, now we know that our app itself depends on a server URL, right? Find that file that is called server.dart. Now over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove everything like this, and this is what I'm just going to put. Now what is this server API URL? This is the one that we have seen earlier over here. So this is exactly the same address and the port, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do, open it up. Now I'm going to connect this Android Studio with our real iPhone. So this is the real iPhone, right? That's my iPhone. And then I'm going to connect it and start it. Okay, and now here we'll see that it says it's starting on Ahmed's iPhone, so it's starting there. So we are waiting for it. And this is a great thing to learn, actually, how to connect your iPhone. This is a real thing, how to open your app in your real device from local network, which means that your local network is serving you as your server. Okay, so that's what we're learning over here, and it's great for debugging and testing. So now this is my iPhone over here, which I made a reflection, and once this is ready, we'll see that it automatically jumps back to our real device. And then at the same time, we'll see how our app is accessing the localhost from mobile device. So the idea is, if you can open your app from local network on browser, remember, don't use 127, it's a different IP address. If you can use this kind of IP address and open your app, it could be Laravel app or any kind of web app. If you can open that on browser in the computer, that also means that you can open that app, web app or any kind of app, also on your mobile phone. So that's the logic. If it doesn't work on browser, that also means that it'll most likely not work on your iPhone as well. This is the basic theory. Okay, here we go. Our app is launching, and this is, hopefully it should work. Okay, now it's still in the mode which was onboarding screen, but looks like it directly jumped back to our message page. Now I'm going to click on this over here, which I did, and I'm going to log out actually. So as you can see it in real life, real view. Now I'm going to log in again, and over here I'm going to choose my Gmail account. Now remember, everything over here is happening from my real device. Okay, so this is my real device, and if we have any log over here, you will also see that. So yes, we didn't have any error and we are connected. Okay, so once again, so to prove that it's from my real device, so you can see this is my real iPhone, and actually this is the app that we are doing. Okay, now I'm going to come over here, this chatting section. I'm going to select this guy, and we'll see if we have any messages or not, and then I'm going to click on this. If we do that, actually we are going to connect to our localhost. Actually we already did that. Remember, we just logged in, so that we connected to our localhost from our real device, right? And then I'm going to click on this button over here right now. This is the chatting button, and we see that over here it's a disconnect, which means that over here we are actually connected, right? Actually connected in the chatting room. So this is a new user ID that's been generated, okay, for this user, and that is 903. Now let's come over here. This is the other user, and who is this other user? This is the other user, right? So we'll also connect to the same chatting room. So for him, I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to connect, and as you can see, the voice is transferring, and it means that it's awesome. It's already working. Now I'm going to close it here, this one. Okay, so now the voice is gone, but now my real device is close to me, so that's why the sound is being reflected, right? And that also means that actually we are chatting. Okay, anyway, it sounded like our real device crashed, and we don't know why, and we have to check it. Now it crashing could be the reason that I have just stopped sharing the mirroring. Okay, this could be one of the reasons, but this time actually we are successfully connect our real device and simulator from the local network, and which is awesome. Okay, so it's great, right? So we are progressing, and along the way we learned a lot of things. But the way we did that early, actually that was all hard coded. Like we had our token that we put directly in our app over here inside this code, which is actually not good. And we also had this channel ID, which we also made it temporarily. So these are all hard coded, and anyway, so they only stay there for 24 hours and then it's gone. So we need to find a way to have them dynamically, and that's where the API comes in once again. So this time we'll build our own API, and then we'll let Agora to decide how to work with this token and channel ID. As we go deep down, we'll see that Agora actually generates this token for us. Now the channel ID actually will generate for Agora. So token is the most important thing, and this is the second most important thing. Now channel ID, how we do that, we'll do it in our Flutter framework. But now we have to do the next step. So the next step, first we'll go ahead and create an endpoint in our API. And then we have to create a controller, and in the controller we'll have a method, and that method would help us to work with this token and channel ID. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go to our backend and create an endpoint. So these are VS Code, and inside this we'll look for this file, which is this one, and I'm going to collapse this terminal over here. I'm sorry. Okay. Come on, Jay. All right, great. And after this, actually, we are going to create a endpoint over here, and this has to do with Agora. Anyway, so endpoint type would be one more time any, and inside this get RTC token. So it'll help us to get the token. So the main job of this endpoint is getting the token. So let's go ahead and do that. And inside this, I'll have login controller and this one, but actually we're not going to use this. We're going to separate our logic. Here we'll call it access token controller. Access token controller. But just like the earlier endpoint, it has to go through a middleware. Okay, so here we'll have middleware, and middleware would check the user, whether the user has logged in or not. So with this, we are done with this endpoint creation. Okay. So after that, we need to close our terminal, because here we are going to create a controller. Now this time we're going to create a controller using our command line. Now you have to mention the controller name. So let's go ahead and create a controller which is called post controller, and hit enter. Now here it will create a controller in your HTTP folder. So this is my HTTP folder, and as you can see, it created a controller and with the namespace given. Now this way it creates controller inside this HTTP folder. But how about if you want to create controller inside this HTTP controllers API folder? Well, of course, now it created this controller, post controller, inside this HTTP controllers folder, which is post controller, as you can see, this one. Now what if you want to create a controller inside HTTP controllers and API folder? So we need to go ahead and use the original command, and right before it you need to mention right before the controller name, you need to mention your folder name. Our folder is API, and this time we don't want to create post controller, we want to create a new controller. It could be any kind of name, so I'll call it access token controller. So it says controller created, and you see that it's inside this API folder, and at the same time it also creates the namespace for you, and with this you will have less error prone code. So that's how you go ahead, create controllers inside HTTP controllers folder and inside a certain folder if you want. Okay, since our controller is created, now this is the time we go ahead and create a method. So we'll call it access token method. So this method would get us actually the token that we want. So here we do public function, and the name should be get RTC token, like that, and it will have request object. So let's go ahead and grab that. So this request object would be injected by the container automatically, service container. So because it's inside this API file, and API file can grab all the incoming HTTP requests, and it automatically injects the request class actually over here. And from this class we can get all the objects that we need, and that's the information that's coming. We can grab all of them. Anyway, so now what do you want to grab from this? Definitely we want to get a channel name from this. So here we do channel name. So the channel name would be coming from Frontend Flutter framework through API request. So that is also a HTTP request, right? So we need to grab that. So we'll grab that, and then here we'll use a channel name. So the variable we will use to get the object channel name, that would be channel name. Okay, so when we send the channel name from Flutter framework, that would be the variable name. So whatever this variable name contains, we'll go ahead and grab that object and put it over here. The next thing we want to do is app ID. Now this app ID actually could be hard coded. It doesn't really matter because you will have only one app, and that app ID you should put over here. Now for us, when we are here in our server.http, we had this app ID. So let's go ahead and copy that, and we're going to put it here directly. So the app ID is done, and then we need to get app certificate. All right, so how to get that? Now app certificate, once again we want to get it from Agora directly. So let's go ahead and go to Agora website, copy the app certificate. Now this is the app that we created last time. So I'm going to click on this config, and then over here it will have app certificate, as you can see. So we're going to copy this name, or actual string, and we're going to put it inside this. All right, so this is our app certificate. Now user ID, for now we'll keep it 0. I believe if we don't assign any user ID, Agora will assign user ID automatically, so let it do the job. And then there's another important thing that we need to do. So here we need to set the time for chatting expiration. Expire time in seconds. So that should be 7,200. Now what does it mean? It means that how long two people in a chatting room can talk. So that's called your expire time in seconds. Now it could be any time, it's up to you. Now for here I'm gonna set it to 2 hours. You can set it to 30 minutes. Then that would be like 3,600 seconds. So it's up to you that how you do that. Okay. All right, so over here we are going to do this, but anyway, so that you have to do the calculation. If you have 30 minutes, then sorry, that should be 1,800 seconds, not 3,600 seconds. Anyway, so it's up to you. Just to go ahead and do like this. So 30 minutes multiplied by 60 seconds. Okay, so that's how you would calculate it. Anyway, so over here we have 2 hours, so that's 120 minutes multiplied by 60, so we get this one. Get the idea, right? Okay, great. And then actually we have to create access token, the access token that we need to talk with the Agora server, actually, because with the access token we'll visit Agora server, and Agora server will actually let us to talk with the other party like that. So that's how actually it works. Now this access token, not like the access token we have generated before, we have to get it from actually Agora server itself. Let it do, I mean Agora SDK would generate the access token for us, so let it do the job. And how to do that? Now for this one, actually we need to create some classes. We need to have some PHP classes. Now luckily Agora SDK provide those classes, so all you need to do, you need to come to my website, because I put all the code there, copy paste and put it here. So go to my website and from the link, and copy paste all the code over here. So I'll show you how to do that now. This is the article that I created, and inside this actually I have something called Agora and PHP integration. Now here I have walked through some basic steps. If you get stuck, you can also come over here and try to take a look at this. Okay, now pretty much every information is here. Now this is the thing that we want to copy. So this complete class, and there are a few classes that created for us, so we're just gonna copy all of them and put it in our controller, the controller that we created. Now this class, they're coming directly from Agora itself, so I'm not going to explain them how they work. You can go ahead and take a look because it's a lot of code to explain, and I would just say it's not necessary for now to understand, but understanding is better, but I don't want to do it in this tutorial because it'd be very long, which doesn't make sense for this tutorial. In your free time, go ahead and try to understand the code. So come to this link over here, so which is from PHP and PHP tag in my website, and then Agora and PHP integration. Anyway, I will also put the link in this tutorial below so you can find it there. So now we are here, we copied all the code, and then I'm gonna paste them, and that's what I did. Okay, all right, so now I'm going to save it. And after saving it, actually this is the time we use this class they created to generate access token. So here we'll create a variable and we'll call it access token, and then we will create their classes, the classes they gave us. So there is a class here called access token 2. Go ahead and call that class. Actually there should be a class down there. If you go down, okay, this is a class service RTC. We'll use it very soon. So other classes we don't need for now. So this is the class actually we are going to use, access token 2. Now it needs app ID, app certificate, and expire time. So we need to provide this 3 information, and that's why actually we prepared them at the top. Okay, so as you can see, we have app ID, app certificate, and expire time. All right, so we need to give them this 3 information. So we'll go ahead and do app ID, and then we'll also app certificate. All right, and we don't need this one, UID. It doesn't need UID. Okay, great. So access token would be generated using this class. Great. It needs our app ID and certificate because these are unique. Based on that, it will create their own token and give it to you. All right, and then we also have to create a service object. So here we do service RTC. Let's go ahead and do that, and over here we would do service RTC. Now this is the class that we have seen before. Now it needs your channel name. So what is our channel name? Channel name is in this variable channel name, and UID. So UID. So these are the 2 things it needs. Now from this object we have to create, actually we're gonna actually call callback function from this object. So here we'll say service RTC, and inside this we have a function which is called add privilege. This is the one that we are going to call and talk. So here we would say add privilege, actually not add privileges. I don't know where did it get this information, privilege. Okay, now inside this all we need to do, send actually call a variable which is called service RTC, and the variable is privilege join channel. Now this is coming from Agora itself, so we don't need to worry about that. And here would say expire time in seconds, this one. Okay, well, it shows an error. Most probably there is a typo over here, so let's remove the D. There were 3 D's, and after that over here we'll create actually a new service, I would say that, and it's coming from access token. And then here we would say add service, this one, and our service should be RTC service, so service, this one. And after that we're gonna use the token object, access token object. So here we would say access token, and then from it there is a method which is called build method. So we get that one, and this is the token actually we want to return to our front end framework. So let's go to our front end framework and let's take a look. So we want to actually return a token over here, and once we return the token, now app would actually initiate this chatting room, joining chatting, things like that. So this is where we want to return. So of course we have to make a bit of change to this method later on, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So the idea is the token we have gotten just now, this is the token, and this is the token that actually we want to return. And let's do a check over here. If empty, if, all right, empty. Actually, if it's not empty, which that's what it means, because I'm using negation over here. So if it's not empty, then actually we could do return, and here we would do code, and like this. Code 0 in our case means a success. You could actually define anything, it doesn't really matter. Data over here, data is the token that we just gotten, and we can also return over here message. That's what we are doing usually. So over here we would do success. All right, so this is if we are successful. Okay, well, if we are not successful, over here we'll just simply return the code. So -1, which means not success, and data over here we would just return empty data, nothing is there, and message over here we would do msg. Message over here we would do token error, like that. Okay, all right, now let's get organized like this. Kind of use the same quotation, and which makes it good looking. All right, okay, yeah, so that's how this endpoint is going to work. So what's going to happen, I'm going to walk you through. So somehow we'll hit this endpoint from Flutter app. Then when you hit it, at the same time we'll carry the channel name that would be coming from Flutter app. And then we have our app ID, which is the app that we registered in Agora, that ID. And for that app, we also have a certificate. So we get them put here. And we also mention expire date. And based on this fee information, we get access token object from Agora SDK. And we also create a service. Most probably this service helps you to join the channel, make sure that you are joining, whether you can join or not, and if you join, how long you should stay in the room, things like that. Okay, so eventually you add this service object, the one that you created based on this token object. Okay, all right, and then now that's the token SDK use internally, not for us. So we get a new token from our Agora. How to get it? Based on this access token, and this is the token that we want to return to our Flutter app, and then we'll again start, actually at that moment after getting this, which we have seen early, after getting the token, that actually we can start joining the chatting room. So these are all actually presetting that happens in the server side. Now earlier we have seen some of this work we have done in the front end, but once again this kind of thing you should do it in the back end. All right. Okay, so now we'll go back to our front end and call this API, and which should be working. So this is our front end. Now over here, this is what we did. This is the time to change them. But for changing this code, static code to dynamic code, there are a few other things we need to take care first, and then we can only do this thing. So the first one, we need to go back to our router, which was our chat router, and let's come over here. And inside this, so far we're passing only two values. Actually, we want to pass another value, which is called call role. This one. And here the call role is pretty much hard coded, and it has to be hard coded, nothing being dynamic about it. Okay. Now here we do call role as anchor. So in English, anchor means someone who presents something on a TV program. So it's more like the host. So why we are doing this thing? Now we know that this method that gets called when you come over here. Okay, well, looks like I gotta have to restart my phone. It's working anyway. So go back to our state class, state variables over here, and here you see that chat state. Now chat state, we have these things, right? Okay, great. And we didn't pass anything like anchor, but if you go to the voice call controller over here, we also have this one like voice call state. And if you see that over here, we have a call role, which is audience. Now audience would refer to the receiver, actually the one who is listening to, receiver. Okay, now we'll also have receiver is audience, right? Okay, so anchor is the caller, so that's the idea. So the one is calling, he'd be the caller. So when you come to this page over here, definitely we go to that chatting page, definitely from our voice call page. We go to that voice call page from our chatting page, right? So that's why when you go there, we need to pass this role. So if you're calling, you are the anchor, you are not the audience. So that's why it's hard-coded, and because this is the only value you should apply to it. There are no other values that we should apply. Okay, let's go ahead and sign up. Okay, I'll select this one and then we'll continue. Okay, so hopefully we are back over here. The server is running. Make sure that your server is running as well, otherwise it will get error. Now, so the idea is once we call this thing, so I'm sending the call role to voice call controller over here, right? So we are sending it over here. Now by saying that one, that also means that over here we need to grab this thing. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we do call state dot call role, this one, second one, and then we would assign the value and whatever being passed inside this data. So we'll get it as a call role. All right, once again, if this is empty, we put empty string. All right, great. So now as I click on this, we are still on chatting page, right? So, and then at that moment, we would be passing that value, the value that we are talking about. And then once we click on this, we would be over here and we'd grab that value. So that should, it should work like this. Okay, and we need this thing because we need to remember, we need to identify who is calling, who is not calling. Okay, that's very important. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. And now where to use this one? Actually, this is something that we should use over here. Inside this, let's go and find our join channel, right? So this is join channel. But one thing we could do even right now over here. So let's go ahead and do that. And here we would check the state. So if the state dot call roles, and if it is equal to anchor, actually we want to do over here play the audio. Okay, and this is the audio actually that we set up before. So here we do await player dot play. All right, play. All right, and if you don't remember where is this coming from, actually this is something that we have set at the very beginning. So this should be our sound. So once we start to call, you have to have a calling sound. Earlier we didn't do this because we are not ready actually, because now we understand the role of anchor and audience, so it should be working. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and call this thing. Alright, so which means that it's calling, right? Now I had to turn it off forcefully. That's because once again our error code has expired. Now if error code actually expires, when you activate the calling, you don't see that disconnect button. Now you could ask me, okay, go ahead and do the logic. No, I don't want to do that, because in real life, when you really put this online or play around with this, you should have your token ready all the time. You cannot say, hey, look, my token is not ready. In production mode, your token should be always ready. But of course, since we are doing the test, so our token gets expired. But in real life, you can't have token like that gets expired, right? At least it should be alive there for a long time. So we have to get the test token again, because I record video pretty much like every few hours later, 20 or 22 hours later. So my token gets expired. So I'll go to Agora and get a new token. So here I am, and I'm going to once again call it dvtech chatty, and I'm going to generate this token. I'm going to copy this, and I'm here. Now, since I copied the token, let me find the place, and I'm just going to delete the whole line. And then once again, I'm going to write here token, and then just let me put it there, and we should be good to go. Now the token is ready, app is ready, everything is ready. Okay, so I'm going to restart one more time because this is a big change. Make sure that it takes effect. And it looks like we have an error over here, and it says that too many positional arguments. Let's check at the end of this one what's going on. Okay, we have too many of this. Anyway, so let's go ahead and save it, and I'm going to restart it one more time. If your token expired, make sure you go ahead and get a new token. And then I'm gonna come over here. So my token just got expired, and I got a new token. And after that, we are here, and I'm going to click on this. And click on this, we'll see that our audio plays, and we are going to. And we see that disconnect button. Okay, so it's working, and it's awesome, actually beautiful. So all the things are working as we wanted, more like a real app. Let's play it one more time. It just feels good, right? Yes. All right, wonderful. So this has been working. Now, of course, you may ask, yeah, we created the token. We should get the dynamic token, not this one anymore. Right, yes, that's what we are actually going for. But along the way, we also took care of the issue, I wouldn't say it's issue actually, playing phone, right? Playing the sound on your phone, and that's what actually we want to do. And we just did that successfully. Awesome. And here I want to tell you one thing. Since we are able to join this chatting room, now over here it only happens if you are successfully joined the chatting room, then we play, and we also see the disconnect button. And this is the time actually we would send a notification to the other user. So to the other user, we can but we're not going to work on this now. We'd work on this later. So the other thing we want to do, actually get the token, the actual token that we've been talking about. To get the token, actually we'd be doing it here inside this join channel. Now as you see over here, we have this request, loading request, right? It gets loaded, and then we directly join this. Actually there is nothing loading about it, and this is we did because this is where we want to get our token. So over here we'll create a method, and the method would be string type, and it will return us a string, which is token. And here we do await, and then we would do here get token. All right, now get token method doesn't exist yet, so we need to go ahead and create that. So get token would be creating at the top over here. Let's go ahead and create the method. So it would be future type because we are talking to the server, and whatever it returns, it would return a string. Now as it does, we'll get the token from it. Anyway, so the method name is token itself, get token. We have error so far because we didn't return anything yet. So now to avoid error like this, we can just simply first return empty string. Great. Okay, now we have to get the token. And how do you get that? Actually, it's a bit of complexity there is how to get the token. Well, the first thing we want to do, check actually state.call role. The person is calling, that certain person, and whether this person is anchor or not. It's very important when you make a call in your app. It's very important to know this certain person is anchor or not. So that's one thing I'm judging over here. Now if the person is anchor, then I have to get a code. Okay, the person who is calling, or between two people, if there is one anchor, so we'll check that one first, and we'll get this person's own token. Remember, in our app, every user, they have their token, right? We'll get his token first. All right, and then we'd encode it. And now here we'd use encoding method MD5, this one, actually with this, not really inside this. So over here it is a method which is called convert. So this is convert. We're gonna call this method, so it would help us to actually get a secret token. So whatever we have, whatever we give, it will make it a secret. And what to give it? Well, even before we get, there is another method, and which is actually important when you do communication and generating channel name ID. The way we're gonna do is like this. So we can also use UTF as kind of coding. So we're gonna get that one, and then we're going to use encode from it. Okay, now this needs some value. What's the value? And earlier I said that we're going to give it a value, the person who is calling, his or her value. And what is that value? I think we all know that. That value is called profile token. Now if you're the user of this app, so your token is saved in profile token variable, which we have seen early, and we should remember that. And after that, the other person who's I'm going to call, their token too, and we know that we can also access their token. So we can access it from state.toToken variable. Okay, all right, we can access that one. Now, as we were doing the call earlier, we know that these are the values that we should assign. Now over here, we don't see that value, so let's go ahead and pass it. All right, so here we do toToken. All right, and we'd grab the other person's token, all right, and the value, and then we shouldn't have any problem. So once we start talking, I mean tap on this button and we start doing the calling thing, so we'd get the token and we'll pass it to this voice controller over here, and once we are here, by the time actually we're going to get the token. So the way we generate actually encoded token and use that token actually to create channel ID. So this algorithm over here would help us to create a channel ID. Now we're going to save the channel ID to state.channel ID. Now we don't have this, so we'll go ahead and create one. Now this is our state variable, and let's go ahead and find it and insert this voice call state over here. So here after this, we're going to create a variable which is called channel ID. Now if you did that, and then if you come down here, the place where it shows error, the error should be gone, and we do look like have an issue. So let's go ahead and put it like this. And even after that, we have an issue. What's the issue? Let's go ahead and check it. It wants us to cast it. Now we don't want to cast it over here. Let's see if we can convert it to string, whatever is coming from there. Okay, we were able to cast, we are able to do that, and even after that we have slight issues over here. Okay, we can actually, you need to provide it string inside this. We were not providing, and the error should be gone. Okay, now it may look confusing once again. So first you have MD5, then you have this convert method, then you have this UTF method and encode method. All this together gives us a unique channel ID. All right, so if you're the person and you are calling, you should have this channel ID. Okay, and with this, right after this, actually we have to do else, and then we're gonna put it here, and then whatever we had here, we're gonna copy this, actually copy this 2 lines, and I'm going to put it one more time over here. Now remember, here's one thing that we have to understand. If you are the anchor and you are the caller, so first as we generate the channel ID, first we use your token and then the other guy's token, right? Okay, now imagine the other guy, on his side this condition is not true, right? For the other end, this condition is not true. This end, this condition is only true for you, not for the other guy, right? We know that. Now over here, we first send your own token and then send his token, right? So that's the thing happening over here. Now here, actually, we are not change it. And for changing, I'm just gonna cut this, and then I'm gonna come over here and put back. Now why we did this? Now imagine this is the other guy. Now you are calling. Now in his phone, the other guy's phone, this is also running, right? We also have this app running. When you call him, for him, what's the condition? He would fall to this condition because he's not the anchor, remember? So what did it do? This part of the code, it would take his token, right? So profile token, for him, remember, his profile token would be here, not at the beginning. When you call, your profile token is at the beginning and his profile token is at the end. On his side, because remember this code over here, the variable profile token, from his phone, it would take it and it put here. that means this token is actually your token, okay, on his phone, because on his phone this would become your token. Okay, this is the opposite logic that's work. How? One second, if you didn't understand. So say for example your token is 1 2 and this guy's his token is 1 3. All right, so on his phone over here, on his phone, this part profile token is still 1 3, but the variables are different, but the values are same. So in your case that would be still 1 2. All right, so that's how it works, and you should remember that. So don't think that they are swapping, they are the same thing. All right, okay, but you can say if it's the same thing, then why you need twice? Because we have to consider on his side as well. So just if you just write one thing, it's not going to work, because phone would want to match both of this channel room from both sides. So this is the channel ID from my side, this is the channel ID from other side, and they have to be the same room. Okay, you cannot just give it one channel ID and say, hey, we are using. But no, for Agora it doesn't work like that. Agora wants you to give two different users, they give him the same channel ID from their device. It has to be like this. So that's why we have this condition over here. Otherwise you may ask just, hey, write one and then show me and send the channel ID to the backend, and then through Agora we will talk to each other. No, it's not going to work. All right, anyway, so now let's go ahead and finish the work. All right, so after that, once we are done with this, actually we're going to go ahead and create a call token request entity. So here we would say call token request entity. Now this is a class, actually this is already built in our common folder. If you hover over on this, it says that common entities and chat is already there. Now it is, let's go ahead and click on this. If you're on a Mac, then just do Command B. On Windows, I think there should be Control B if you're on Android Studio, right? So over here we have this actually very simple class. This is a very simple class, actually extremely simple class, which is just one variable, and that's the channel name. All right, and it takes the name, and what it does, because it needs to send information to server, so that's why we also have two JSON method. Otherwise it would just be okay with this constructor. But anyway, so now let's come over here, and from this actually we're going to go ahead and create a new variable, but the variable should be this type, and we name it call token request entity. So the class itself is the variable type, right? Okay, so we are gonna getting a new variable from this instantiated variable. We put it here, and what's the type? This is the type, so it has to be the same type. All right, now over here what we're gonna do, over here we do call token request entity, and then just now we have seen that it has a channel name, so we're gonna set the channel name. What's the channel name? state.channelid.value, the one that we created earlier. Great. Now this is the thing, this is the value, the call token request entity. We are going to send it to our backend, and we know that backend is already ready. So over here we'll do like this, var res, and here we do await. Let's see, await. Okay, and then here we do chat API. Okay, chat API dot call token. So we already have this interface, so we don't have to worry about it. Call token, what it needs params, and we should have a call token request entity inside this, and after this we are good. Now this is await, so we need to add async modifier. Now let's put it here. Don't worry, the whole thing I'm gonna explain one more time if it didn't make sense to you. And then here we do res.code, code, code, and if the code is 0, because we know that from backend we are going to return 0, we know that, and if we return 0, that means that nothing is wrong over here, and here just we simply do res.data, and the data is not null. Okay, now this error is gone, and great. Now here let's go ahead and take a look at this one. So this is a wrapper for this post method, and this is the endpoint that actually we created, and we pass it through HTTP post method. All right, and at the same time we pass params to it. All right, now this params itself has a JSON method, the JSON method that we said that when we want to send information to server, we want to send JSON information. Now a variable like this is very simple, we might not need that, but even if you have this toJSON method, actually, what it does, actually it confirms that it is a JSON object. Okay, it is confirmed because here you see this is the type, so it has to be JSON, because sometimes there things go wrong, but when you do like this, it's almost impossible to things go wrong, because server is going to accept JSON object from us, and we call this JSON method, okay, on params, because params, what is param? Param is this entity object, right? And entity object has, we know that over here, because this is a method, right? This is a method. The method is part of this class, so we can call that class or the property. So just now we call the property, at the same time, at the same way we can also call the method, right? That's what we did over here. So yeah, that's how it works. So it's very simple. Go ahead and find that class. So all it does, actually it's a wrapper around HTTP post method. We pass our endpoint, and then we also pass the params, which is our channel name. All right, so with this, actually we are basically ready. And even before actually we go ahead and try it on our app, the API, the one that we build, actually we're going to call it from Postman first, and we'll see how it goes. So we are going to test our API on Postman first, and then we'll do it on real device. Now here's the thing. Now to be able to test it, actually you need to go ahead and print your channel ID. So this is our channel ID, right? And over here, so right after this call token over here, so I'm going to print this. So I have restarted my app, and at the same time you should make sure that your server is running, and if your routing is not working, make sure that you run PHP artisan optimize clear. If you don't know how to use that, that's really bad, but anyway, go ahead and do this optimization clear and then run your server. But this time we are not going to test it from real device, so I'm gonna open it locally, and that's fine. So here we are, and then I'm going to click on this, and I believe that my token has been expired one more time, because it's been already for 24 hours that I didn't record the video. The token should be expired in 24 hours. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, because first we just want to connect with our backend, and then I'll get the token. So here I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to see if we get channel ID. Yes, I got, and I also got an error where it says that token expired, and we know that it happens. Anyway, so I'm going to close the app right now. It doesn't matter, because all I needed is the token. So the token is ready, and now we need to open up our Postman and put this in our Postman with our endpoint. So here is my Postman, and this is the address, and right after this we do get RTC token, and because we are going to do a post method over here, and then I'm going to put a key over here. So the key is channel name, and then we have to give the value to it. So what's the value? Let's go ahead and check it from our app. So this is the channel ID, right? So I'm going to copy this and then put it here. So let's go ahead and put it here. Let's go ahead and hit it and see how it goes. All right, so over here it says that user doesn't exist. Now let's go ahead and check our endpoint. Now why did it happen? Because over here it says that we are using middleware, right? So if we are going to use middleware, of course we are not using the access token. So that also means that over here we need to first put access token, and after that together actually we would put this on. Of course access token should be in your authorization. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is the time we go ahead and check it from our front end. Now to be able to work on the front end, so here is this function which is get token. Now get token gets called actually from this place over here, right? So this is the place we go ahead and check whether this token is valid or not. Now this method returns us token, so we can just simply do and check if token is empty. This one, if it is empty, then okay, we actually gonna go back and finish our conversation over here. I mean, the call should be automatically finished. Okay, so easy loading, and then we dismiss, and then we would do get.back, this one. So we'll just go back where we were and simply return. Okay, we don't want to execute after that. Now if this is not empty, we'll just continue. Okay, now I'm going to remove this one, and I'll write one more time over here, token, let's see, token and a token. So this is the token value that we assign to it, and over here this becomes also dynamic. So now let's go ahead and check it. So here we do state.channelid.value. This is the one that we had early, right? So this is the one that we can find globally, because I mean, not globally, I mean this file itself, voice controller, because it has voice controller, voice call state over there, it's saved, so you can directly access it over here, and that's how you assign it. Awesome. So if this works, actually it means that our app totally became dynamic. It means that two app, they have this code installed, or this app installed, actually they could be able to talk securely with a secure token and dedicated channel ID, which means the channel room. And if you have done so far, you have done a great job, and thank you. So let's continue. Anyway, let's restart my app this time, one more time. So now let's see if we can really initiate a call, and without a temporary token, actually using a valid long-term token. And of course it connected well, because you say change it, which means that, sorry, so this is the channel ID we generated dynamically, this is our token, and of course we got back the token for communication, which is this one over here. Let's see, okay, this one, and we are connected over here, which means that it's working, and awesome. So you have done a very good job so far, and this is real world work. Actually, it's not a dummy app or anything like that. We have done so far from our app to localhost to Agora. That's wonderful. Okay, so I can close this if I want, and if I want I can initiate another conversation one more time. All right, so it'll continue again. Awesome. Okay, great. So next time, in next phase, actually we'll be doing how to send message notification to the other partner, the other end of this app, I mean the other user, because so far we can call, right? But if you call, actually if they don't open the app, they won't be able to see or hear, but that's not the way to do. So now we also need to send a notification to the other user, where the user would say, hey, well, we'll say to the user, you have a notification, right? So let's go ahead and open it and start the conversation. So that's what we want to do next. Let's get started and get our access token. Now first we have to know what is our access token, because we have actually tokens here, as you can see, 2 token and profile token, things like that. Now to be able to know what is our access token, actually, I mean a lot of you might forget it, so I'm going to go here, store user, this one. Now of course over here we do see first one is token. Now this is onInit method, right? This onInit method gets called when we refresh our app, or actually go to a certain page that relates to this controller, then it gets this information. Now here we do see that token. Now this token it gets from local storage. Okay, yeah. Now we have to see actually what is a token, because as I said earlier, if you see the backend over here, now backend itself over here, this authorization. Now authorization, we need to send a token, and that token was actually access token, because from authorization we just strip out the bearer and then keep the access token, and then we compare whether in our database we have this access token or not, right? So we are looking for access token that should be sent down from Flutter app itself, otherwise we would be redirected to somewhere else if the middleware condition doesn't meet, or it would say user doesn't exist. Okay, of course, if you take out this one, it would work, but that's not what we want. We want to work with the security. So this adds extra level of security on your app, and that's great actually. So let's go ahead and check our token. So here we do see the token, and here we also see there is something called set token. Now where is this getting called from? So here it's saving profile, right? Now we know that save profile gets called when first time user logs in, right? So or do the registration, and then we do see that over here it does something like it takes the token from here, which is called access token, right? So it has many properties. If you go and see, it will have many of the properties, and one of the properties we take and we set it over here. Okay, and that set token actually later on saved to this token variable. As you can see, it comes here, we pass the value, it gets the job done, it stores in the local storage, and then we also save it in our local variable, which is this token variable. So it means that token itself has our access token, right? So this idea should be clear. That also means that over here we have a getter. You see, while this token, if the token is not empty, we actually get it. So this actually works more like a getter, or even this one. Okay, so we can actually access this token from anywhere we want. How do you get that? How do you do that? So we'll have this user store class, and then we can refer to this to object that we created, because this too actually finds the instance of this controller, user store controller, and with this too you can access any fields we want. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Now of course we have seen early that if we go to http, well, let me find the file, http.dart over here. Now each time we make a post method, you'll see that this get authorization gets called. So let me find this one. So if we make a post method over here, get authorization header, this gets called, and inside this actually it actually checks for access token. If you see, so user 2 has a token, and we have just seen that over here has token actually refers to the token, this token, and this token actually refers to this, and down here this one, right? So they're the same thing. So when we do the HTTP request, we first check, hey, we have access token or not. Well, okay, if we have, so send it as a bearer token, as you can see. So it takes user store token and it sends in the header, which eventually gets reflected server side backend, and over there we can get it, right? So now we know what is our access token. So if previously your idea didn't get clear, you have to know this token actually contains our access token. Now one of the good practice that I want to do right now, so let's go ahead and over here we will also say this is our access token, and send down for authorization. Okay, so next time when you look at this one, you should be clear that what actually it does. So this is the one that we send and use for communication, and this is for secure communication. So if you kind of do any kind of programming or backend language, it doesn't matter. Right now here we are using PHP with Laravel framework, and for communication, important communication, we are sending token. So that's called access token. So it doesn't matter what kind of framework or language you use, you should have this idea. So for secure communication, you should talk to server using your access token. How? First, you'll send down the access token using header, like that's what we are doing over here. So using header, we are sending down the information, and in the server side, we check using a middleware. So every framework pretty much they have middleware, but the idea is same. They may look different, but the idea is same. So you need to check it using your middleware. Okay, well, whatever you have sent, if it exists. So if it exists here, okay, great. That means the security passed. Go ahead and do your stuff. Okay, if it doesn't exist, we'll just return, say, hey, you don't exist, or things like that. Or we can say any kind of message that you are unauthorized user. Anyway, so the idea about access token, middleware, and post method should be more clear, and this is one of the core concept a lot of developers they ignore when they do backend. They don't understand that how it works. Okay, so you have to remember that it's and the basic principle is the basic principle. Any kind of app development where you involve your server side. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead. Now back to our app. Now this is our app, so I'm going to close this. I don't need this anymore, and we also don't need this anymore. Now back to this voice controller. Anyway, so here just now actually we printed a log, and at the same time here we'll print another log. Here we'll say my access token is, all right. Now we know that user store.to.token. Print this out. All right, okay, now once we do that, we are good. Now over here I'm going to restart this. Now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to initiate the call, and then here we'll see that we have things like that. But anyway, I'm going to stop the app because my access token, my Agora token has been expired. I know that. Now here we do see that our channel ID, which we have seen, so channel ID actually doesn't change between two users. It's always pretty much same. And now here we see the access token. Now once we have access token, this is the time we go ahead and send authorization using this access token. Now I'm going to open up Postman. Now over here I'm going to do localhost over here. Now of course this time it should be 00, and over here we're going to use API and get RTC token like that. Okay, and for params over here we could send channel name and the value. So let's go ahead and get the value. Then over here, well, the value is done. Now we need to go to authorization, and from here we're going to select bearer token, and let's go ahead and copy our token. So this is our token, and then we're going to put it here, like this. Okay, so we're gonna click send, and we are trying to do a post method, so I'll select this one. Now what's gonna happen after that? So let's try to understand. So if we have this one, actually from here we'd be able to return this one where it says that success and token. Now this actual token should be gotten from our Agora SDK. Now if we get that, actually that is the token that would be we'd be using it for communication, and of course this one is dynamically generated. Okay, great. So after that we don't have to use our temporary token, which is very annoying. So now let's go ahead and work on this. Here's your Postman, and let's go ahead and hit on it. Now here we do see that success, and here is the actual token we get from Agora, and that's beautiful. Okay, it means that our API is working correctly. Now this is the time that we go ahead and check it from Flutter Frontend. Okay, so before we dive into coding for the next phase, so let me clarify some of the ideas which would be useful because the app is getting more and more complex and a lot of things happening. So this is the picture actually I want you to take a look. So far what we are doing, so we are getting a lot of information in our contact controller, which happens during registration of user, and then those parameters actually we pass down to chat controller, and from chat controller we pass down to voice call controller, and from voice call controller some of the parameters so far we have passed down to server side as well. But this time, since we are going to work with notification, this part wouldn't change actually. So a lot of the information will send to server side, but of course server side there are many endpoints, and this time the endpoint we'd be working with, that's called Firebase endpoint. So what's going to happen, a lot of the information would come down from contact controller to voice call, and from voice call we'll have a new endpoint. That endpoint would be only dedicated for sending notification to the user. So actually we are going to use a server side to send notification to the user, and actually in real world that's how you do that. You don't really send a notification from your phone to the other user. That's not the way to go. So we'd pass a lot of information down to server side, and server side would decide how to send the notification to Firebase. Actually, well, it's not really Firebase. I mean, we'll send the information to Firebase, so we'll have a HTTP request to Firebase, and Firebase will eventually send notification to our preferred user, the user that we want to send notification to. Okay, so that's how it works. Now one more time, so contact controller will have some basic information about user, we'll pass it down to chat controller and then to voice controller, and voice controller would actually have an endpoint which would connect to our server side, and that server side would send data, the actual data, to Firebase, and Firebase actually sends notification to the other user. Now let's go ahead and check this with our actual code, that so far this is what we have done or not. Now let's open up our contact controller. Let's go ahead and do that. Contact controller, this one. All right, now over here we first started initiating the conversation, and we do see that our routes over here. Now of course from here we do see that this route actually directly refers to the chat route, right? So from here it doesn't matter this condition or this condition, any of them, or this one, we all go to chat controller. So what do we do in chat controller? Let's find that out. So in chat controller, actually we grab this information over here, right, in chat controller. So whatever the information we send down, so we grab them in our chat controller, right? And now from chat controller, actually we have this method inside this. So where is this? Is called audio call. So this one sends pretty much the same information, whatever we get here, to our voice call controller, right? This is our voice call controller, and which is over here. Now voice call controller in its init method, let me find the init method. Okay, so on its init method, we grab a lot of this information, and then that's how it worked so far up to here, right? Now of course server side was the same thing. From here we also actually made a call to server side. If you remember, the call was actually over here, right? But that call was actually to our server side, to Agora, right? So the basic information doesn't actually change over here. For Agora itself, it didn't change. I mean, so far we came to server side, and then for Agora it was Agora made a call to the other user. Now that was a call, that was not a notification. So this time, instead of Agora over here, we're going to use Firebase, right? Now that's a service that we're going to use for notification. So yeah, our idea should be clear. But now, since we are going to talk to Firebase, so we're going to send different kind of parameters to our server side with a different endpoint. Hopefully it make sense. Okay, all right. So that also means that actually we have to go ahead and create a new endpoint. But even before I create a new endpoint, let's walk you through that actually where the endpoint should be called. Now in our app over here, we have this thing which is called join channel, right? This method. Now this method actually calls, join channel. Let's take a look at this. So which creates a request, then we get the token, and then we talk, right? Okay. So that's how it works so far, the join channel. So if everything is correct with join channel, actually the call starts eventually actually. Now over here we want to send a notification to the user that actually someone else is waiting for you in the waiting room, in the chatting room. So we want to send, but of course this may sound like it's coming a little later, right? Because when this one gets executed and done, actually room is created and most probably two users are already there, but it is most likely not. If I call you and if I don't send you a notification, you'd never know, I would never know, or you'd never know that other person is in the chat room, right? So that's why we need a notification. Imagine one more time, you're calling your partner, and now your partner, the phone is somehow not open or not next to your partner. Now you call, but the partner, when you call, you personally actually joined this chatting room, right? Yes, but your partner doesn't know that you are joining. You joined and waiting. So that's why we need the notification over here, just to let your partner know, hey, that I'm in the chatting room and you should join as well. Okay, so that's how it works. Now over here we are checking it. So if you're anchor, it means if you're the host over here, now you are sending a notification to your other partner. So over here we're going to create a new method which is called, we'll call a new method send notification. Right? Okay, now over here we would send voice notification. Here voice means actually for voice call, so that's why I call it voice. All right, okay, now just go ahead and do this method. So it would be future void type, and we'll call it send notification, and then string type like that. Okay, great. So we need to add async modifier, and we should be good to go. All right. So instead of type, we can also say call type, which would be better for us. Now over here, we want to know that what kind of call is going to happen. Now we already have a built-in class for this. That class is called call request entity. Request entity. We get that class, and then we create an object from it. So over here, one more time, call request entity, this one, and call request entity. Yeah, so we call this class and create an object from it. Now the object itself over here will have different properties that actually we're gonna use. So over here we'd say call request entity dot call type, call request entity dot call type. Now our call type, what is our call type? Actually, we wanna match the call type. So whatever the call type that we are passing down to it. Now when you call it from here, actually the call type is voice call type. And we also need to send actually token. So toToken, I mean the other user. So state.toToken.value. All right, let's go ahead and do the other one. To avatar, the person that we are calling. So it's all about the other person that we are calling. State.toAvatar.value. All right. And we also need to do actually send a documentation ID. Now, if you see over here, chat controller, we are actually passing over here. So we already grabbed this one, right? So this documentation ID, and we should send it as well. So for this reason, you should do like this, doc ID and doc ID like that. We should also do the doc ID. So let's go ahead and do that. Here we do doc ID equal state.doc ID dot value. All right, now this one, when we send from chat controller using this route from chat controller to voice controller, we are receiving that in our init method. Now if we do that, actually we need to save it, otherwise that would be actually empty. Now inside this over here, let's go ahead and do that. So over here we do state dot doc ID over here dot value equal data doc ID. All right, now with this we should be good to go. Now let's come down. So far these are the values that we have. The last one actually we can do is call dot to name over here the person that we are calling, and then here we do state dot to name dot. So the idea is, I mean, as we are passing around this data from contact controller to chat controller to voice call controller, we first pass. When you pass from contact controller to chat controller, you pass the data, you first save the data, you first grab the data actually inside onInit method, and then inside onInit method actually what do? You save the, so when you send from here to here, we called an init method, and inside our state variable we saved all this value, right? And then when you want to send from chat controller or from any kind of controller to other controller, you grab those saved value and send to somewhere else. So over here we are sending to somewhere else, right? So what is this somewhere else? This somewhere else is this voice controller. So in voice controller, we first onInit method, actually we save them in the state variable. So this is the basic logic. Now once you save it, now I'm once again sending it to somewhere else. Right now I'm gonna send it to somewhere else, but here we created a call request entity. And why did we do that? To put all of them together inside an object, and that's the way to go. Of course you can send them one by one as JSON or string, and that's not actually professional. That's not the way to go, and that's error prone. So what's going to happen with this call request entity, everything will save in this call request object, and whatever I want to pull down, so this is like a box. Inside box you have this value. So whenever you want to take out any of this information or use, just do dot and the property name. So that property should come out from your magic box. So it's more like work, it's more like a box over here that you're saving information. Whenever you do it, just take out one of them or all of them and you use them. So that's how it works. Now inside this over here, we're gonna do something like this. Var res, we create a variable, and here we do await, and then we'll call chat API dot call notification, this one over here, and then we pass the params. Now what is the param over here? Call request entity, the one that we have created. Okay, now of course it's gonna talk to server side, and we'll check it res.data, and we'll check what is the return value. If the return value is 0, that means hey, while print notification success. If it returns 0, then it means that we are successful, else print could not send notification. All right, like that. Okay, now first we're gonna go ahead and check this call notification method, right? So this is our call notification method. Just like that, we have an endpoint over here, and we pass the params. So it is just like the earlier one. Over here we had this call token, so we have this endpoint and the params. So over here it does the same thing. We send notification, and from base response entity, actually it calls from JSON method. Actually over here from params itself it calls to JSON. Remember, when to use it to JSON, you use it to JSON to send information to server. You use that to send information to server, convert your object to JSON. Remember, when you are over here, actually you're passing params, and params is an object, but server side doesn't take object, it only takes JSON data, and we convert it to JSON. Okay, great. Now with saying that, we need to work with this API. We don't have this API endpoint in our server side, so we need to go ahead and create one. Okay, great. So now we're gonna go ahead and work on our this endpoint. But even before that, endpoint has some dependencies. It will depend on some PHP libraries and Firebase service. So we need to connect them together, and then we'd be actually developing this endpoint. Now let's go ahead and install the PHP library that would help us to communicate with Firebase during sending notification. This is the package that actually we are going to use that would help us to connect Laravel and Firebase together. So this is called crate actually. So this guy has written this, I guess, so you can follow him. This is basically for PHP. Anyway, now we're gonna install this source code in our framework. Now to install it, all you need is a composer. So make sure that your composer is good, up and running. So we're gonna copy this, okay? So we'll go ahead and copy this. Now we'll come to our backend over here. So we'll open our terminal and we'll close the app over here. Now whatever we have copied from there, so we're gonna run it and hit enter. And anyway, so it's downloading, things like that. Okay, great. And over here, looks like everything has been pretty much done. It did also say that it's already published for us. Let's go ahead and check. All right, and we have to do this thing with Firebase as well. We'll do that. And first I'm going to copy this command one more time, and let's run it because we should be doing this one as well. So let's go ahead and run the command. Well, looks like it did get a tag before that, so I'm going to remove that. So the package that we have to install, we need to publish that, which should be available to Laravel itself. Okay, publishing complete. Okay, so now it refers to config firebase.php over here. But this file, actually, we're not going to do anything right now. I mean, not changing, it would be there, would help us to provide service. And over here, it did also say another thing that we should do. So because we are going to use Firebase service, right? So in our .env file, we need to add this thing. Okay, so we're going to copy this thing over here, and we'll come over here and look for our .env file. So let's look for .env. Now it's opened. Now I'm going to close the terminal. We don't need this. And you can put things anywhere you want. So I'm going to put it here, right at the below. Okay. So this is the Firebase database URL. Now here it did say that your project and firebaseio.com. Now what is this thing? Now this one, actually we have to get it from our Firebase. So let's go ahead and check our Firebase. This is my Firebase app over here. I'm going to click on this, and project settings, come over here, and I'm going to click on this service accounts. All right, now over here I'm going to click generate new private key, and we're going to select Node.js, so that would be JS file actually, and generate the key. All right. Now let's go ahead and open this up. All right, so that would be a JSON file. Now I'm going to copy this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the terminal, and then here I would do open dot. All right, now I'm just gonna copy this here. Now it is here. This is the JSON file. So we needed a JSON file, so we just copied that. Now we go back to our Firebase project settings over here. Okay, now we need to get your project. So where is this project? So let's come to our Firebase over here, and inside this project settings, and this is your project actually. So let's go ahead and copy that. So this one, and we're gonna put it here. So remove that. Okay, and yeah, should be good to go. So this is the thing that we wanted, and at the top actually we need to add one more line. And what is that about? So just now actually we have added this one, right? So this one, so this name actually we need to copy. Now if you come over here, so we can copy this JSON file. We need to say where this JSON file is, and file name actually as well. So copy this name from here, and at the top actually we could also create something like a new key over here, which is called Firebase credentials. Firebase credentials, this one, and just put your file name, the one that you just copied, JSON file. Oh, after that, let's go ahead and save this thing. Okay, now with this, the basic setup has been done, and if it is so, then we'll go ahead and start to write our endpoint. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and build our API. For this reason, we'll come to api.php file over here, and right below this actually we are going to create a new one over here. I'm going to remove this actually, we don't need this now. Once we update our profile, then we'll do that. So over here we'll do this one, route actually scope resolution operator. This is called a scope resolution operator to access static methods and files from other classes. You use that one. Now over here we're going to do like this, send notice, and notice, and once again it would be inside our login controller, and then the method we'll invoke is called send notice once again. All right, and then we're gonna check it using middleware, and inside this check user. All right, okay, now with this the error should be gone. Let's save it, and after that let's close the project explorer. So over here it will always go through this one, which means that as it goes, we always have to send authorization header, otherwise it would be returned. So that's one important thing that we have to know about the user, right? So that also means that since it always does the check, so actually it's doing every check over here, right? So that also means that in login controller, we don't need to check anything like that, whether the user has logged in or not, because it's already doing the heavy lifting for us inside this. So it's a good one. Actually, you put your core logic in somewhere else in the middleware, and then it does the checking every time you need to request something. Anyway, so I'm going to close this, and now over here we also don't need this one. Let's save it. Now inside this, we're gonna create a method. The method name should be send notice, like that, or send notification. So let's go ahead and write a method over here, public function. So in PHP, you do public function to write a public method, which means that the method is accessible from outside of this application, like which we do sometimes from Postman, which is not in the application itself, right? Anyway, so we do send notice. Now once again, we would get our request object from it because we are doing HTTP request. Okay, now inside this, we wanna work. Okay, now let's save it. Now the first thing we could do over here, we can just simply go ahead and do return. You can return a JSON code over here. So we do like this, code 0 and data. Well, for now we're not going to send any data, we'll just empty data, and over here message would say success. Now let's do one more thing before we go ahead, and here it should be arrow, right? So over here we're going to use our user token. So here we do token. Now the token would be from request object. So let's go ahead and check it like this. So from the front end, user token would be already sent to it, right? This token coming from, are you sending it from directly from HTTP request? Well, I wouldn't say so. If you check over here, our check user, this one PHP, over here actually inside this request object, we already set this user token, right? So the token that we sent when we first go through the middleware itself over here. So we do have access token, and we do a lot of query. So here if you see res user, which is this one, now this is a database query, right? So from that query itself, as you can see here, we have token and access token. These are the information that we get from this database. So here this token, so this token is the user token, not the access token. So this is more like, remember, if you remember early, that this is more like the Firebase UID, user ID now, right? Now the access token itself, the one that we have, we remember, we know that this one actually we auto generate, right? Yeah, we know that. So now here we, inside this API, we grab that one. Okay, if we can hit this, all right. Okay, and what else? Now this is the user that is trying to send notification. Like if you're calling your friend, you are trying to send notifications. So these are actually your information, not the other partner. And then we will also have user name. Let's see if we get name. Yes, user name. Okay, these are user caller information, right? So here's a caller information. Now over here we'll have the callee, the one that being called, callee information. Now where is this information coming from? That's interestingly important. Now definitely these are coming through this request object from Flutter front-end framework. Now over here you will see that, so this is the endpoint, right? As we call this endpoint, actually we are passing JSON object, I mean JSON type information, and over here we are passing two token, two name, two avatar, and of course doc ID as well. Now this is the information that coming through this one. This is actually from our middleware, remember. Now of course middleware itself got a lot of the information from HTTP request. I just wanted to tell you, so don't get confused. Anyway, so now over here we can get this one, to token. Now let's create a variable and we'll call it to token, and then now request over here, and then we do input. Now this is the one that actually being sent to you through the request. So over here we do to token. All right, now let's go ahead and save it, and this is the time actually over here, just data, even though it's empty, now we want to print it. Now this is one actually I'm doing it just solely for test purpose, that's all. I mean, so far we are here, we wrote so far, and I want to check on my middleware, sorry, I want to check on my Postman that I can hit this, and as well as I can return the other user his token. So this is our endpoint. Over here we'll go through the check user middleware, and if we pass the middleware, we'll come over here and print that, and that would prove that our endpoint is working. Of course, this is yet far from sending notification, but some basic information that we went through and we are passing. Let's open up our Postman. Now this is where we stopped last time. Now this time the endpoint is different. Endpoint, so our endpoint is send notification. Actually, I'm going to remove all of this, we don't need these things. So here, send notice. All right, so if we send notice, one thing we have to do, bearer token, this is one is already here, so we are passing this, and that's all we need. And you may ask why. If you come over here, this guy, all it needs is a bearer token, and based on that it does a lot of things and get the user information. Okay, well, and what else? Okay, one more thing actually we need to pass, because we need to pass this to token. This is the other user, his or her ID, right? We'll also need to send this one. How do you do that? Now if you come to Flutter Frontend framework, now if you come over here and let's check this voice controller over here. Now we do have this one, right? This one, to token. So first, because we are doing testing, and this is also kind of testing and debugging technique that you learn, so I want to print it here first. So here I want to say something like this. I mean, let's print. I'm going to comment out this one over here up to here. We don't need to talk to database, I mean to the backend yet. And then I'm going to print this. Okay, here I said the other user's token is over here. We would do state dot to token dot value. All right, so we know that this method would get called, so let's save it, and let's come over here. Let's try to initiate a call, and we'll see that. Okay, and we do get here a bit of error. Let's check why. Okay, because our server is down, because I closed the server over here. So let's open it up over here, and PHP artisan serve. Okay, great. All right, now of course, because server is down, so we need to stop the app, come over here and restart it. Okay, so after restarting it, we are here, and let's make a call. Okay, looks like we connected to Agora, and I'm going to stop this, and over here I'm going to get the token of the other user. Let's see, the other user's token looks like we got it empty over here, the other user's token. Okay, the reason why here user's token is empty, well, that's because actually we are not saving it when you came here from chat controller to voice controller. So if you remember, we come to voice controller from chat controller, and as we do that, we are supposed to save this information that is coming down from chat controller to voice controller. Well, we saved a lot of the information, but one of the information we didn't save in voice call controller on init method. So that was actually this token. Okay, now let's go ahead and find our on init method over here. Actually it's empty, and that's why it is not being saved over here. So here we do state dot to token dot value, and then we do like this, data to token. Now, it's always good to actually do more tests during development phase, which helps you to find bugs early or the problems early. Now, okay, it's saved, so I'm going to do it one more time, and let's go ahead and initiate the call. Let's disconnect, and this time we should be seeing that our user token, this is here, right? Okay, great. Now this time actually we can go to our Postman and check it. We can pass here it is as a param, so here we do toToken, and then this is the value. All right, that's it. Now our authorization token is still here, so we don't need to move anything. Now let's go ahead and hit the send button, and we'll see success. Beautiful. That means that over here it is working as we expected. So our endpoint is working, so you can get to it by saying by hitting our Postman, right? Of course, that also means that if we go to Flutter app now, so that also means that if we come to Flutter app over here, now this should be working as well, right? Okay, so now let's uncomment this and try this now, okay, without Postman. So that means we're gonna directly talk to our server using this endpoint, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, all right, so if we are successful over here, it will return us code 0, and then it would be printing this one, right? Okay, let's go ahead and check that. So I'm going to do this, call it, and okay, now we do see that we have a bit of issues over here, and I say it couldn't send notification user token. We get couldn't send notification is the problem here. Actually, it's not the data, it should be code, because the response we get is code. If you see the backend over here, so let's come over here. So code is 0. In our case, it means success, right? So here code 0 means success. All right, so we should be careful about that. So I was printing this one on the front end. So now let's try it, save it, and this time we'll see that it works. Okay, all right, great. Now let's close this, and here it says that notification success. If you see, yeah, great. So it means it's working perfectly, and we should be happy about that. Okay, so we are doing more and more requests from app to server side, but of course we need to continue writing this. Okay, so these are the basic information that we have so far, but we need actually more information. So here we do to avatar, and okay, it gets it automatically. And here we do to name. I guess we also have to do the name, because the name is coming from as well from there. And then here we do call type, and here request input call type. Now this is also we are sending down from Flutter framework and doc ID. So here request doc ID. Now everything is coming from there. I mean, all this information, great. Now the first thing we want to check over here, so if empty doc ID, well, doc ID is empty or not. If the doc ID somehow is empty, actually there's nothing to talk. This user actually didn't really talk, so just to make sure that over here it is 0. This could be the very first time two users they are trying to talk. They've never chatted anyone, so it could be a situation like this. So you find this certain person in your contact list, that means that they don't have any document ID for chatting, messaging. Okay, so you come over here, click, and first time you do this, so until that it could be empty, so that's why it could be empty, right? So it doesn't mean that we are going to return the user, say don't talk. Okay, all right, so and then after that we're going to create a new variable over here, and we'll get the div facade, and from that we'll get the users and users table, and then here we do select. All right, so we want to select the user, avatar, user's name, user's token, user's FCM token, which is the most important one. All right, and let's close it like this, and then where, so we will have a where condition. Let's check if we are doing the right thing over here. Select, okay, we are missing this one. All right, great. And select avatar name token FMC token. Actually, we should be correct with this. Let me remove this and see. We still have a bit of error, okay, because of this one. All right, great. And after that, over here we'll do where, so we want to check actually the user, the token, the one that we want to talk to, so that user, if it exists in our database or not. So we're gonna do like this, so this equal sign and the one that we send down from Flutter framework itself, so that's a token. And if you can find, and if you do get the first one, that's the idea. So with this query, get the user. So here we say get the other user, so we get the other user. All right, now okay, calling information, right? So we get the other user, and this time actually we want to check if the user empty or not. So empty res, which means that we couldn't find anything. So now in that case, we're just gonna copy this from here, and we'll just simply here say, well, code -1, and data, you don't need to send anything. And over here we'll just simply say user does not exist. Okay, right. So that's the first one. All right, and what else? Now actually we can go ahead and prove that it actually works so far. Now if you have a bit of strange token, now let's remove this B, which means that this user is not there. Let's check it, and here it says that user doesn't exist. Wow, wonderful. So it's working. Let's continue to work on our code API over here. Now the other thing you want to do is that user exists, right? So just now I just removed the B from here, so it say it didn't exist. Now let's click over here, so it means success, which also means that actually user exists, right? Now if it does, the first thing, what do you want to do? You want to get the user's device token. Okay, device token. So user's device token, you want to get that one. Now where do you get this? Actually it is in our database saved, if you remember. So that's actually FCM token. So this is the one. Now this is coming from this res variable, right? So res, over here we are getting FCM token. So now we have user's device token, and wonderful. All right, and after that actually we're gonna invoke a try catch clause, okay? Because this is the time actually we're gonna talk with Google Firebase actually. So it's a lot of networking communication, and make sure that you do this inside this try catch clause exception E. And then over here we just go ahead and copy this, okay, and over here still -1 and data empty. Now in this case, what you're going to do here, we do like this, you're gonna convert this E to string, actually string E. So since this is PHP, actually we need this one, otherwise we'll still have error, because I just couldn't switch between my Flutter syntax and PHP syntax, so that's why it was throwing this error. And make sure that you have this one, okay, it's better, so it would get the right path to access. So if somehow we have error, so we'd catch this error and return from here, okay. Now inside this, actually we are going to start to write our actual code. Now at the top we need to import some of the libraries that we depend on, but of course we need to use like this. And remember earlier actually we installed crate, so let's go ahead and import that. Now crate is a Firebase package, so let's go ahead inside Firebase, and here we would do messages, okay, messages, be sure that spelling is correct, or messaging actually, sorry. And after this we can get cloud message, this one. Yeah, so this is one of the packages that we need, and we also need more of this. So here we do create one more time, create, make sure the spelling is correct, and then we'll have Firebase one more time. And over here we would also do something called a contract. Most probably this would be using to make sure that you're the right person, more like verification. So here we do messaging, this one. Now for now we'll stick to this too, and this would help us to get some API from Firebase. Okay, all right, if there are errors we verify them from a Postman at the beginning. All right, so now let's go inside this. Okay, now inside this we want to check our token, we want to check our device token, whether there is a device token or not. Okay, now here we'll check like this: if empty variable device token, if device token is not empty, so it means that other user over there, he exists and he also has a phone, so that it means. Okay, and then over here we'll create a new variable and we'll call it messaging, and we'll get it from app Firebase messaging, like that. Okay, we need empty string, actually we need string for this. Okay, so this app Firebase.messaging, it would actually initiate Firebase configuration inside Laravel, and actually it would do automatically for us. Well, now there's a great documentation for this, so we can go ahead and check that. Now there's this documentation file over here. You can come to this Firebase actually PHP Firebase admin SDK for PHP. So over here they have pretty much every documentation how to use Firebase to send messaging, cloud messaging with PHP. Okay, so the documentation is great, and this is what they said over here actually. So if you want to do messaging with Firebase, with Laravel and Firebase, then this is the documentation. Now there are many different ways to do that. One is Firebase SDK, the other one is dependencies, and we are using dependencies. So that's what we have done over here. So now go through them. There are tons of references and examples how you could do that. Okay, so and if you love Laravel or PHP, so this is the way to go over here. And any kind of messaging, sending to device, sending to a lot of devices, should be everything from here. So whatever I'm doing next, actually it's a combination of this documentation, a lot of them here. So based on this we are going to work. So if you don't understand along the way, you can also come over here and do your own research, and based on that you should also try to understand. Anyway, so this is what we have here. So this is initializing Firebase messaging, and that's what it said, right? Okay, now if the device token is not empty, then we do that. Otherwise over here we are going to return one message over here. So you're going to grab this one and put it here, and for now we could say just simply like this: device token is empty. Device token is empty. All right, okay, otherwise we'll fall back to this condition over here. All right, let's check it, but actually very soon we don't need this thing. We'll remove that anyway. So now let's come over here. Now we want to check the call type. So over here at the top we have call type, right? Now call type could be voice, video, chatting, text, any of this. Now here one thing we would also check if the call has been canceled or not. So if you try to make a call and you canceled it, then we will say, okay, user just has canceled. So that would be one of the call type. Else if over here call type equal voice, and this is what actually we are interested in, if we are doing voice call or not. Now for canceling, actually over here, what do we want to do? We can do actually basic setup from now on. So here we'll create a new variable and we'll call it message, and inside this we'll get cloud message, this one, message, and then we would use scope resolution operator to get one of the function which is called from array. So now inside this actually we need to pass array. Let's go ahead and do that. Now we don't need this because we're gonna do an associative array in PHP. All right, looks like it does have some error, it doesn't recognize, and I do see that there is a typo over here. There shouldn't be E, so let's go ahead and remove that E. And I believe I also have a typo over here as well, so let's remove that E. And now we go back and see what's going on. Now let's save it, and we hover over on it. It still say that we have error because message over here. After restarting my VS Code, now it's working. The error is gone, the typo was removed, and after restarting it's working. Anyway, so after that, first here we want to get our token. So where is this token? And this is our device token, this one. Okay, and then we're gonna send some data. So what's the data over here? The data should be in an array. Now over here, this is the token, but this token is our user token. The user is trying to call, so that's user token. And then avatar. Then once again, this is user avatar, this one. And then inside this, okay, we have a typo, so let's fix that over here, because these are the information be sent to the other side, like the other user and their device need them. And here we'll also have user information, username, this one, and then doc ID, and the last one is a call type, because these are the things that we would be sending to the other user. And how it's gonna work actually. So if you initiate a call and cancel this, other user has to know, hey, you initiated and canceled even before talking. So that's why we did this thing over here. So this is just for simply canceling. But now once we are done in this section, actually pretty much, okay, now next we'll see how to create this voice call. Okay, now once we are done with the voice call, then we would go ahead and test our API. Voice call itself, what I'm going to do, we're going to copy this information over here, and then we're going to put it over here. Now, I guess we are missing one information over here, which we should not. So let's add it right now, right after this. So once this is done, actually we actually want to send a message. So over here we'd be doing messaging, the variable that we created at the top, and then it has a message which is called send, and then inside this actually we'll call the variable that we created. And with this, the message would be sent to the other person. Now over here you see everything is happening with this variable. So we initialize Firebase messaging, and the information, whatever the thing we need to send, we wrap them around in a variable actually. So that is message variable with our token and the other current user information, and then we just simply call messaging.send. Well, messaging send, it's not really dot in PHP, we don't have dot like that. So we call the send function, it will send everything, okay, to the other person. Now over here we pretty much going to do the same thing, and that's why actually we copied over here. But now this would be actually a voice message, right? Now this voice message, I mean, well, so it's not really voice message, it's a notification for voice call. And we need to do a few things over here. First, we want to see what kind of device the user is in. Okay, that's very important, whether Android or iOS. So we have to send notification. So as we send data like this, actually we want to wrap around all the data like for iOS and Android, because eventually notification for iOS works through APNS server, and for Android devices, when you send when we actually send notification to Android device, it happens through Firebase directly. But for iOS, it goes from your device to Firebase, Firebase to APNS, from APNS to actually the other iOS user. So it's a bit different. So that's why we also have to take care of this issue over here first. So here we do Android, and then like this. So this would be the information to send to Android device. Now there are some basic settings that we are doing right now. These are some basic settings according to the document. So priority high, because this is a notification, so you want to set it to high. You want your user to get it immediately. And here the actual notification, let's go ahead and do that. Now inside this, we need to send our channel ID. Android needs this channel ID. Now here we'll put our channel ID. Actually, let me put okay, so here we're gonna put our channel ID, and which would be coming soon, and also where to find that. And then here would be title, and the title itself we could say voice call made by. Now over here we want to mention a user, that certain user has made this voice call, and that's why earlier we had this username. So you can just simply get user name like that, and we are good to go. Now the username actually we saved at the top over here. So username, the person that is trying to call. By the way, this part of the code actually is directly in the link below, so you can go ahead and check that, because it might be error prone. So I have put this code in a dedicated link. Go ahead and copy that. And part of the things, you don't need to change a lot of things, most probably just your channel name, and then you're good to go. Otherwise over here you don't need to change anything else, because everybody's channel ID and channel name is different. It comes from your app itself. We'll see where to find it, but anyway, now let's go ahead and work with the body section. So here we'd say please click to answer the voice call, like that. And with this, actually we are done for the Android section. What I'm going to do after this, I just had this messaging, send a message. So with this, we'd be actually able to send the message to Firebase, and Firebase would help us to take care of the rest of the things. And then I also returned success over here. So this line was previously below this section over here. Actually, it was here. I moved it up here, and then okay, this is the new line that I've added. Okay, by saying that one, actually in this section I want to assign an assignment for you guys, and I will see how you do it. But of course it's not compulsory, but I would strongly suggest you go ahead and do that, and let me know that if you could realize. Because remember, in the real world, as you do programming, software development, you'd be solving problems and thinking. So I'm gonna give you a problem that you should solve, and this is related to this course. The problem will be about how to send a notification from our Postman to a device. Now in this case, I was going to use Android, so it's better if you use Android. Now here it's going to work out. So let me show you. So if this is my Postman over here, I'm going to hit the send button, and over here I saw that it's a success. Okay, now of course my app is in the foreground, so that's why I didn't see any notification directly yet. But now if I close it like this, and then you'll see that if I send notification, let's click on this send button, and we see that here it's a pop-up, and where it says that voice call made by somebody, right? So that's my phone, that's my other phone actually. So what I was doing actually from this phone over here, I was actually calling this phone, but of course As I said, that as we develop API, most of the time, not most of the time, always we should check on Postman first. So that's what I did over here. Now, of course, as you see, I have this token over here. This is the token of the other user, and this is the call type. And over here in the authorization section, I'm also putting my own access token. Now, your job is to how to do this thing, because so far in the code, I haven't shown this part, that how to go ahead and send actually this notification to other device. Remember here, Postman is working as this device over here, this one, okay? But we are actually testing it from Postman so that we know that our API works correctly, rather than debugging as we run on this simulator and do the actual things. Okay, so that should be. Now regarding this, you should check out the link below where I have more instructions how to proceed with this code and test as well. Okay, so check out that. Now if you don't want to do this, it's fine, skip and go ahead, then go to the next section where I'll show you how to do it step by step. But I strongly suggest you go ahead and do this assignment, even if you're not able to do it successfully, but you need to think, and that's how we do programming. So it's all about problem solving. Now this part may sound a bit complex or difficult, because here are many information that we are passing. You also have to work on the middleware as well as other properties. So this should be a very good clue. Now here we can send a lot of information, but I'm just sending two token and call type. Anyway, so for testing, you can change the code as well, but if you change the code, make sure that you have a backup, and then you go ahead and change the code. Okay, and check out the link below where you will have more instructions how to do it. All right, thank you. All right, so let's get started. Hopefully you have done the assignment and you almost got it and you know how to do it. But even if you are not able to do it, no worries. So we'll walk you through step by step. Now this is so far in the backend, and this is the settings we have done so far just for Android Studio, Android phone, and soon we'll also see how to do it for iOS. First want to do it with Android, because with Android notification setup is a bit easier. With iOS it does take a lot of effort. So let's go ahead, our front end over here. All right, and on front end, well, we need to make some changes in our main.dart file. So let's go ahead and find it, main.dart over here. Now inside this, right after this run app over here, we are going to do like this. Well, actually we are going to call a function from here. So that function we can write over here. So the function type would be future, and we would say over here Firebase init. So here say Firebase chat init, like that. So that's the function name, and because it's a future, so over here we are going to have async modifier. All right, so this will return a future, and there's a great thing about it. If a function returns future, then we can wait for that function to be completed, which means that we should wait until it's complete and then we do rest of the thing in our code. Now what it means we'll see very soon. Now inside this we want to do Firebase messaging, this one, which is coming from Firebase API, Firebase messaging, and it has a handler which is called onBackgroundMessage. Now inside this we are going to invoke a callback function. So let's go ahead and do it. Now the callback function is already built in our code, so all we need to do, go ahead and call it. And now this would be coming from a special class that we created, Firebase messaging handler, Firebase. Okay, let's see. Now here I do have a typo. I'm gonna fix it, but let me call it first. Not this one. This one, well, it should be messaging, not massaging. Sorry about that, but I'm gonna fix it anyway. So over here we're going to call the callback function is already actually there, which is called my Firebase messaging background over here. Now it doesn't need anything because it's a handler, so we don't need to pass any parameters to it. This class over here will take a look at very soon, and as well as we'll also take a look at this very soon. Before that, actually, even before we take a look, actually, we want to do the practical thing, sending notification, and then we'll look at it step by step, which will make more sense at that moment, not yet. So anyway, now here we're gonna check our platform. If we are actually, our platform is Android or iOS, so here we do is Android. All right, so we're gonna check if our platform is Android or iOS. So if it is Android, actually we need to do a bit more setup over here. Now once again, here I would do Firebase messaging handler, and then inside this we have Flutter local notification plugin. Now this plugin has a function which is called resolve platform specific implementation. Resolve platform specific implementation. This is what we are going to call, and actually now it needs a type. What type of problem that you are going to solve, and for which platform. So over here inside this we are going to pass Android. So over here we're going to pass Android Flutter local notification plugin. This one, this is the type. And then over here we can also do like this, create notification channel. Now here we need to pass this channel. Now actually this channel is for communication, as you can understand from name. So here we do Firebase messaging handler, this one. Don't worry, I'm going to change the name very soon. And then over here we'll say channel name is channel call. This is the first one, and then we just return like this. And over here I do have to make sure that it's not null and the error is gone. Now that's the first one. And then over here, this is what I'm going to copy one more time and put it over here. Now inside this, actually we are going to change to channel message, this one. Now actually this would be used for calling, voice call or video call, this channel, and this channel would be used for sending messages. So that's why we have like this. Now if you're really curious and want to take a look at this one, actually we can do that. Let's go ahead and do it. Click on this, it'll take you to a file like this. Actually this file is located inside chatty common utensil Firebase messaging handler. Okay, all right. Now right now actually I'm going to change the name. There was a typo. Right now I'll have it, as I said, that once we are done doing our demonstration. Looks like I missed this one over here. Now all the error should be gone. So in this file itself, actually we have this Android channel, which is a platform specific channel, and it does, there are some settings, and this one is responsible for calling when you make a voice call, and this is the responsible for when you send a message. Why we did that? That's because when you call, you wanna put a constant alarm or sound. When you send a message, you just wanna send a ding dong or TikTok like that. I mean any kind of sound, but for short time. So they should be using two different channels, not the same channel. You can ask why not, because if you use same channel, actually when you call and send a message, they'll have same sound. So you want to separate them. So this is the logic. So that's why we have this one. And inside this, we also have Flutter local notifications plugin, this one, and this is an instance. And just now actually we have used that, and more about that actually coming very soon. Anyway, so this is the basic setup that we have done over here. And then actually we need to call this Firebase chat init. So let's go ahead and do that. Firebase chat init. Now, as I said that it's a future, so we need to wait for it to be completed. So there are a lot of settings over here, so that would be completed, as well as there are a lot of events that actually we are going to register. Like, for example, very soon you might see, let me look for on message, this one. Now actually this one listens to the messages, the notification that comes from Firebase. So we also register that one. So yeah, and we also register this one over here as well. So a lot of things actually happens, and that's why actually we need to wait for it to be completed, and not just a simple execution. It has to be correctly set up. So that's what it does, and it may take a bit of time. So when this one gets resolved, which means that when this one gets completed, then I'm gonna call over here this one, Firebase messaging handler, and inside this actually we have config. So this config method we are calling, and then we are good to go. All right, so this is the basic setup that we have done, and you should be doing that one. Now, of course, I know I have assigned this work, but it could be a bit complex. Hopefully you have done it. Anyway, so now from here, actually, we are going to enter into our notification. That notification should show up. Now, notification requires one more thing. If you come over here, and you'll see that. Well, I'm going to uncomment this for now because this was the original code. Of course, in your case, you don't have to change anything because I was doing some local testing when I was not actually recording this, so I made a bit of change, but you're good to go, so don't worry about this. And over here as well. Anyway, so now you'll see that over here we have something called FCM, which we also call it device token. Well, this is the convention. Actually, this is an app registration token with Firebase. Like our app is going to use Firebase service, right? So that Firebase service in our app is connected with a special token. So this is the token that we get, so which is called Firebase Cloud Messaging Token. Now, the convention, they also call it device token, which I'll show you very soon why this device token name like this. Anyway, the idea is, you see that our database actually looks for a device token. Now here we query the user that I'm looking for. We look for that user. The user that I want to send message or call to, we look for that user. And if the user exists, then we also look for this user's device token, which means app ID or FCM token. So we need that one. Now this is only possible, of course, when the user has logged in, and right after that. Now we know that if you take a look at our app, so the thing is that when our user logs in, actually after logging in, this is the default page, right? So this is the message page actually. So this is where actually we want to look for device token from our API, from our Flutter app actually. Once again, if user logs in, this is the page that we are in, right? This is the default page we get. So from this page actually we should get our device token and then send it back to our Laravel application, which will save in the backend. And if we can do that, and after that, actually, when we call send notice, once we call this send notice function, this endpoint, then we can look for it. So hopefully it makes sense. Once again, once we log in from here, actually first we'll get the device token, and then we'll call an API request or endpoint request, which will submit the token in the database, and then that database would be queried over here actually. Now as we submit in the database, actually we'll update user record. not really create something completely new. For that certain user will update the record in the database, and then this time over here, as we do the query, we can get the device token. If we can find the device token, then actually we would be doing the notification. If you can't find device token, how can you do notification, right? So you have to know which app you are sending message to. So that's why we need that. So now let's go back to Flutter app over here. So now we get the idea that this has to be in this message page. So let's go ahead and find a message page. So now I'm going to look for message controller, and this is the one that I was looking for. Now inside this, so far everything is pretty basic. So over here, I'm going to override this method, which is called void onReady. Let's go ahead and do that, onReady. And inside this, actually, we are going to first do super.onReady, super.onReady, all right? And right after this, actually, you want to call or create a method, actually, call a method. Now, over here, we would say, we'll create a method. So that would be Firebase message setup, like that. So over here, we want to call this, actually, Firebase message setup, this one. So this would be doing a lot of interesting stuff for us. One of the things it would do, it would help us to get device token. All right. Now, the first thing we want to do is called getting device token. Now, how to do that? So over here, we do await Firebase messaging dot instance. Well, looks like we have to import it first, otherwise we'll still be getting error. Firebase messaging. Okay, I'm going to remove this, and let's see if it recognizes or not. No, it still doesn't. Let me try it one more time. Firebase messaging, the second one. Okay, now it should recognize. Looks like it should be imported, and it did at the top. Now inside this, we can call instance property, and then we do get token. Get token. The second one, yes, right. Now this is the one, actually, this method would return us device token, or the special token that's generated for each app if you use Firebase service. And they also call it FCM token. So that's what we said. Now we also have a wait over here, because this may take a bit of time to get accomplished. Now if it doesn't return, it may be empty or null, so that's why we do it over here. We say that it could be null or nullable. Okay, all right, so that's why we need to check for that one. Over here we'd say FCM token if not null. So if it is not null, actually this is the time that we can save it to the backend. All right, now one thing we could do, if we can get that, actually over here we will just print it FCM, or here, just like the old time, I would say my device token is, over here we would do FCM token. Now it should help us to know what is our token. Now if the token is not empty, well, it says let's remove that, then remove it anyway. So if it is not empty over here, then we have to call a new class. So that's called bind FCM request entity. Bind FCM request entity, this one. All right, now this would return us an object, and we have to save it in a variable. The variable type itself would be bind FCM request entity, and we'll call it bind FCM request entity. All right, now all we need to do over here, we need to save whatever is returned from FCM token, and we'll save it bind FCM request entity token variable. So inside this we have a field which is called FCM token, and then we would do FCM token. So So now with this one would convey, or this variable will have our token inside FCM. Now we can pass it to our endpoint. Now go ahead and let's take a look at this one. Actually, this is a very simple class over here. There's nothing there, just one field, and it has a on JSON. It has a JSON method, two JSON method actually. That's all. As simple as this one, just like the others we have seen before. Very simple, just deals with one field. So it's a class that we created, and it is a constructor as well as, and the constructor only takes this value. And because this is something that we should always send to the server, so we just have two JSON method. We don't have from JSON because we'll never get this from our server to the app. So we'll always send it from app to our server, so only two JSON method. Anyway, so now let's come over here. So over here now we could do like this: await chat API. We can call this one, and inside this there's an endpoint which is called bind FCM token. Now all it does is it takes a params. So let's pass the param. What is our param? Bind FCM token request entity. Now let's go ahead and check this endpoint. Now this endpoint is chat API over here, and inside this we see that this method bind FCM token, and we know that all we need to do when you call this method, we need to pass the params. That's what we did over here, and because we are sending it to the server, we convert it to JSON at the beginning, and this is our endpoint. And then eventually it would return something, a response from us, which is actually, let's go ahead and check. So basic code, MS, and data. So the basic format, data format that we always return. So this is the one that it's going to return to us. Of course, we know that code 0 means a success. So this is what we want to check. So from JSON method would take the object and convert it. Sorry, from JSON would take the JSON and convert it to an object, which we can use later using dot operator. Hopefully it makes sense. Now with this, if we go ahead and run the app, actually we'd be able to get our device token. So of course this is not going to work, this section yet, because we don't have the endpoint ready in our backend. So we need to go ahead and write this endpoint in our backend. But even before that, we're going to do an exciting thing. We're going to run this one, and then we're gonna go ahead and check our token, and after that we'll build this device token in the backend. I mean, in a sense that we have to build the API to connect and send the information and save it in database. So let's go ahead and do it. Restart our app and we'd be able to print this, but of course we are not ready to create this call this endpoint yet. So I'm going to comment this out, save it, and I'm going to restart my app. And we know that once the app is restarted, well, so anyway, so that was the notification, that a request permission that we needed to have to run this app. Now if we are going to look over here, it already said that, hey, okay, this is my device token. Okay, now they call it device token. Actually, I wouldn't say it's actually a device token. Actually, this is the app token. So if you go ahead and click on this and you go to the definition, actually it says that returns the default FCM token for this device. Now I don't know why they call it device token. If you have two apps in your mobile and they use Firebase service, now of course if app 1 receives notification, so that token is different from app 2. So it should have been maybe app token, not sure why, but anyway, so the convention is to call it device token or FCM token. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so over here we have this token, so it means that we can get this token. Now, of course, in general, this token is actually refreshed automatically if things happens, like if someone uninstall the app or remove the app or the data has been erased. In that situations, over here this gets auto-generated, and it does expire, but if it expires, Firebase automatically takes care of this thing. Now, device token actually is very helpful for doing a lot of things. Like, for example, you may know when the user last time logged in, whether the user is using app or not. Using this one, if you use Firebase service, you get to know a lot of things. You can also add some timestamp as you save it in your database to keep the record when last time user has used the app or not. There are a lot more things could be done with just this token. One thing, because you say it's very long and it's unique, so it is to identify actually the user, whether a certain user is using this app or not. But anyway, for now we'd be keeping things simple, not so complex. Anyway, now over here this token is here. Now we need to go ahead and create this endpoint. Of course, front end part has been done over here pretty much. We need to go to backend and create endpoint and the function. Now inside this api.php, so I'm going to copy this and then I need to put it back so that it saves our time. Now over here we are going to create a new endpoint, and the endpoint name we would say bind FCM token. So over here we'll remove that and we'll say bind FCM token. Bind FCM token. All right, and so we're going to copy this and put it here. Okay, right. Now let's go ahead and save it. Now here we are in this login controller, and we'd go at the bottom and create a new function which is called bind FCM token. So here we'd do public function bind FCM token, like this. Now once again it will have a request object inside it, request, and here it's a request. Now this request object is actually auto injected by container, which is also a dependency for our class, and it's a very common dependency in Laravel, or it should be in any framework, but they may call it different name. In Laravel they call it request, which helps you to get HTTP data which comes through HTTP request, and it's very useful. Anyway, so over here we do token. Now we'll create a variable token, and then over here we'd say request, and here we would get user token. Now you still should remember where is this coming from. This is coming from check user over here. So each time it goes through middleware, it sets up user like your token, right? So later on it's available through this request object over here, so we can access it. All right, and after that over here we'll have FCM token, and for FCM token we are getting the input. So here the input is FCM token, the one would be sent through our request. So this is the one that we get over here, FCM token. All right, now this is the token that's been given, and first we'll see if the token is empty or not. So it can't be empty token, so empty. All right, so if the token is empty, so we'll just return over here code like this. So code -1 and data, well, nothing. We just say message over here, error getting the token, like this. Okay, so we'll have error about this. Now if the token is empty, if the token is not empty, actually we need to update our database. So we'll get db facade, and over here we'll get table. Now table is users over here, and then here we do where and the token. Now this is the token, that user token, and we'll check it, and the variable, actually not like this, equal token, like this. And then over here we'll update the user, update the certain user. Now we know that previously in our database we have a field actually where we have this FCM token, that field FCM token, FCM token. Okay, FCM token, like this. So with this we'd be able to update the user. Now if the user comes in and goes to our message page, and then this would get called, and we'll make sure that we have this token. Now once again it confirms with this token over here. So in database for this user, so this token, the one you are sending, we have to have a similar token exist in the database. They have to be same. If they are not same, actually we are not going to save it. We are not going to update it. If only same, then actually we are going to update over here. Well, now you may ask, well, we are not checking anything over here, like whether it really updated or not. But you have to remember one thing: to be able to hit this endpoint, first thing, user has to go through this middleware, right? Check middleware. If the user doesn't exist and there is no authorization, I mean, here we are doing a lot of checking, right, about our token. So any kind of user has to pass through this one first. And if the user doesn't pass through, actually it won't come here. But at the same time, it also means that if the user is able to hit this endpoint, it means it exists in the database. It's a valid user. Okay, now only after that we just check if there is a token or not. If somehow the token is missing, then we just return, okay, get error getting the token. After that we update the user anyway, because first we know that user exists, and second we also know that after this that user has a token, so we just go ahead and update. Now update may return 0 or kind of number. Now 0 means that there was no update at all. Okay, other number means that like positive numbers, that means that number of rows that have been updated. But in our case, one user, one row. So once we return from here, we know that, well, the token is already there over here, so nothing to update. But very first time it will update, but second time it will not update because there's nothing to update. The token is already there, exists. Okay, so that's why we return success. So the idea is first time it will return and actually update, because until this moment, first time this is hit, this FCM token is empty. And the second time we come here, this FCM token is already in the record, so it will return 0. But that's also valid operation for us. We say success anyway. So hopefully it makes sense, right? Okay, great. Now, so with this, our API has been done. Now let's come over here and check. Now before that, actually I'm going to check my network API, because lately I've been using this one instead of localhost. If you're using your network IP, just go ahead and make sure that this is the correct one. All right, now over here I'm gonna also check my server.php, where I will see that, okay, so this is the correct one. And now over here we are having this. All right, now this is where actually we are going to go ahead and make a request, and we'll see that if we can update the token or not in our database. Okay, before we restart our app, actually let's go ahead and check our database. Now this is my database over here, and as you can see, well, I want only one user, and here we do have token, and here we see FCM token is empty. Okay, so now I'm going to restart the app, and then we'll see that it fills up over here. So let's go ahead and do that. So the app has been restarted, and now we'll go to the message page, and when it goes to the message page, actually it makes the call, right? And if it does, after that we're gonna come over here and check it, but of course it looks still empty. Here I'm going to refresh like this, and now we'll see our FCM token, which is over here. So this is our device token, right? Now I'm going to run this and another simulator, and like this one, and let's see how it goes. But I need to make sure that we have different users. So, well, I was here, so this is the app over here. Now I'm going to delete this app over here. As you can see, actually I'm going to delete both of them. There was the other one was for testing. It's very important as you do your device token. If it's a new device, make sure that the older app has been removed. Otherwise it may conflict, because we don't have enough users. So I only have 2 users. I forgot which one I have used for which simulator. So yeah, that's why. Anyway, so now over here I'll log into my another account, and then I'll see that okay, so this is another account and another device token. And of course we already see that it asking for your notification, and well, that's coming because of FFC Firebase messaging handler, because of that one. Now I'm going to select over here and I'll see if I can have a different account. So I'm going to do this one. Okay, great. And then I would be logging in. Now we'll see that we'll have 2 different users, and both of them, they should have different device token. And already here we do see that this is the device token. It starts with CP, and the other one we have already seen over here that starts with FW. So definitely they're different users and they're different device tokens. So let me go ahead and refresh over here, and beautifully we'll see that okay, we have different access token, we do have different FCM token. Beautiful. Now I'm going to use another device, which is Android's emulator, because I'll send a message from Postman to Android. So for Android device, actually I need to get the device token. If I know the device token and if it is registered in the database, then we can only send the notification. Because if you see the code, before we send a notification, actually we look for a device token based on user, right? Okay, but of course if you use a different device, you'll have a different, same user, different device, that would be different device token. So each time we log in, actually we make sure that we have this the new one. But anyway, so over here actually we do the user query, and then we get the token, and if the token is not empty, then we send a notification. So this is what actually we want to do right now. So we'll go ahead and log in with my Android device, and it's easy. So if you have the same, well, if you already have Android, that's good. So you should have 2 Android device. It doesn't matter, you can do 1 iOS, 1 Android. I mean, it doesn't really matter, any of them would work. But the problem is, once I'm going to use this one, Android emulator, so my device token would change immediately. So let's go ahead and do that. Now you may wonder why I'm doing with Android. That's because it's easy to send notification in Android when you are on emulator. But with iOS, we need a special settings, which we'll cover a little later once we are done with this section. Okay, so now we logged in using another emulator, and if we go ahead and check the database, we'll see that device token has changed. Now let's see, where is our device token, which is FCM token. So this one, remember I used the second account, so for this one it is CP, right? So I'm going to refresh it, so we'll see that that is not a CP anymore, and that would be a completely new one. So here you can see it is kind of like CH, which is very different, and we can also verify from the console over here. So you see that, okay, there was CB, and earlier we logged in, there was CP. So yeah, the device token, they're changing, and as well as over here the last one GZS, and over here the last 3 is QZA. So the idea is, even if you use the same account and if you work with different devices actually, so you will have the different device token or FCM token. Now we'll go ahead and use this token to send notification from Postman. Now we need this because Postman doesn't know which device to send a notification to. So that's why we need this thing. Now actually we need a few things, because if you see over here, if you see our backend code, if you see over here, as we do that, we need to have at least a few of this information, like user token, user avatar, user name, and 2 token. This is the other user, call type, document ID, avatar, this. But since we are just doing a test from Postman, we don't need a lot of this. We would just continue with this user token, the user that's sending, because we need this. Otherwise, it would be returned by this middleware. And we also have to send this one to token. Why? Because based on this to token, actually from the database, it would look for this device token. So that's why we need to send this one and this one. And as well as we also need to send call type, because over here you'll see we'll check if it is a cancel or voice. And based on that, if everything goes well, it would be able to send device a notification. So now we'll go ahead and do the preparation. So we'll try Postman first. Now, because we don't need to send all the information from Postman, because all we want just get a notification. Now, definitely we want to token and call type. So here I'm going to comment out this few things for now, because we don't need them for now because we're just testing. And actually doc ID we also don't need, so maybe we could comment it out from here to there. And this few information actually would be coming directly from here, because they'd be always in our request object, so we don't need to worry about that. And here for now doc ID we're going to comment out. Here is the same. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So this is in this section. Now we need to go ahead and run our app. Now, well, I do have two simulators. So this is the Android simulator, and actually this is the app. And at the same time I also have iOS simulator. This is the one. Now you have to understand the logic, the way it should work. So it's more like that this guy is calling this guy, and this would be our postman, because you are calling this guy, right? So for this guy we need to pass access token, because remember, as you are a caller, access token would be checked by our middleware. So we need to pass just access token, that's all. And we also need to pass this guy's information, and for this guy we just pass his token. So if we pass his token, our backend would look it up and then find his device token based on that. So as well as we'll pass call type. So these are the three things we need to pass. And first we need to find this guy's access token. Now this simulator is over here actually, and this is the access token. So when you boot up your app, so after this global controllers, they are initialized, and then we get our basic information as the user. So this is the access token. You should have the same. So go ahead and restart or boot up your app, and then at the top you will see you are supposed to say this, okay? Because this is the print log that we have done before together. All right, now if you don't know where is this coming from, actually this is coming from here. You can find like user store, this one, let's see. Yeah, store user, this file. And I think inside this we have this print method. Actually this is printing everything. If you don't have, go ahead and find this and put this line, and then you'd be able to print this as you restart or boot up your app, okay? All right. So that's we have, and we need other two things. Now we also need this guy's token. Now this guy is the same thing as you boot up. Well, you will get access token and a token, right? So we get both of them actually. Now for access token for this guy, because this guy is this phone, right? So he's going to work more like a postman. So we're going to copy this access token, and then we would open our postman, and well, so here I already have, this is the IP address, API, and endpoint name. All right, now we'll do it a little later. So first access token over here, authorization, you need to select this, select bearer token, and put the access token, the one that over here you copied, like this one. So go ahead and put it here, then you should be good to go. And for the other guy, the one is going to receive the phone call, For him, you just copy the token like this one, and then you would put it over here right after to token. Make sure that your URL is correct. Over here you will have this question mark and a to token, and over here just go ahead and paste it. Well, actually I have done this already. And then after that we have this and sign, as you can see over here, ampersand sign, call type voice, and that's all. Actually, now what are we going to do? We are going to click this send button, and we'll see what happens. All right, so here you see that it says that Dastagir Ahmed has already called you, and because I'm calling, I just did that, right? Okay, so of course I can click like this and it'd be gone. Okay, all right, so that means that it's working, and let's do it one more time. And it's just awesome, actually, the way it showed up, right? Okay, let's go ahead and do it one more time. All right, so this is my other phone. Actually, this phone is acting like this. This is beautiful. All right, now what if you put your app like this? Okay, we'll still get a notification actually, so let's go ahead and check that. So as you see over here, we do see that we have a notification actually. All right, here it says that this is a voice call made by this guy. Now with Android, it's not always easy to work with background messages, because Android pretty much kills the app or app thread. Okay, so that's the problem with Android. With iOS, we get a much better response. Now let's try it one more time. And over here we saw the same thing actually, that there are more messages, right? We can clear up everything. Now of course you could do the same test if you do it with real device. We already know how to connect a real device from your computer using this IP address, right? Go ahead and do that, you'll get the same result. All right, now let's open up our app from here. So this is the app, and then I'm going to hit this one more time. Great, so that is perfect. Okay, well, in this section actually we are going to try from device to device. So we are going to make a call from our iOS device to Android device, but at the same time make sure that over here the code that we commented, we uncomment them. Okay, so it should be go back to our normal code, so there is no uncomment section. Okay, so keep it there, and I guess I would like to have a section over here. I mean, not like this, actually keep a empty space, which it'll look better. Okay, now so put it back to original syntax, and we are good to go. All right, so now let's go ahead and try this. So, and this would be awesome if we can make a phone call like this. All right, so let's go ahead and do that, and click over here. And as you can see, that it's awesome actually. It's beautiful. Okay, or let's cancel it from here. Yeah, now of course there are a lot more things that we need to optimize over here in this code. All right, let's try it one more time, and let's see how it goes. And it is beautiful actually. So far you have come over here, I mean followed with me, and able to do that, as you have done an excellent job. Now of course we need to click on this so that it goes away. Now it looks like we need to work on this button. So a lot of the things we need to work. Now until this moment actually we are going to go ahead and look at the code over here. Looks like it got stuck over there somehow, and okay, it looks like I did receive it, but anyway, let's go ahead and disconnect. So there are some problems. Let's try it one more time. So let's go ahead and call this guy and see what happens. And over here we see that it's going on, and you tap on this, and it looks like we can receive and talk actually, and that's why you see it has this weird sound, because we are in the same room. These two guys, they are in the same computer. So that's why it is giving so weird sound. That also means that actually it's working, right? Okay, let's disconnect. All right, now of course here looks like it didn't get disconnected, but anyway, we'll work on them because there are a lot to work with. All right, so it doesn't really matter, but I mean, step by step we are actually improving and learning a lot, and that's the point, improving and learning. And a lot of the concepts we have covered so far, they're really good in real world application and very useful. So now let's next go ahead and we'll check our Firebase message handler, this file, that how it works, and there are some changes that we also need to make. Okay, so first we'll go through this code over here. Now the first code we are going to go through is this one, which is called Firebase chat init. Now what is this? Of course this is this function, right? And over here we have a background handler. Now we'll take a look at it later. First we'll take a look at it, this one. Now this would make more sense. Now over here we are doing actually a checking for Android system, if the mobile phone is Android or not. Apart from that, actually we're also doing two things over here. Actually we are registering multiple channels over here. So over here we are doing channels, as you can see over here, channel call, channel message. Now this channel is for calling when you make a voice call, and this channel is for messaging, or like when you send a text message. Well, how to do that? Now this is the basic syntax, right? Okay, now over here we do see that there are few objects. Now first one is Firebase messaging handler. Now this is actually the class, a singleton class that we created over here. Now this is a singleton class. With this we tell, okay, there should be only one instance of this class, but of course this is not the main focus of this tutorial, so I'll skip that. Now inside this you'll see that we have this Android notification channel. So if you want to create a channel, you have to use this constructor, which is called Android notification channel, and inside this you have to give it channel name, channel title, or actually channel ID and the channel title or name, and rest of the things are actually pretty basic. Well, one of the things that we should take care, which is called a sound. Now over here we are going to play a raw sound, okay, I mean our own customized sound. So that's why we have used the class which is called a raw resources Android notification sound, and the other one is for sending messages. Okay, now sending messages, well, we also have channel ID, and of course it has to be different channel ID, different than this one. They could be random actually, but make sure that they're different. And also your channel name over here, which is different than this one. And at the same time over here we also have some settings. Now this is a text message that we are sending, so over here the importance is default importance, so we didn't really care that it's a priority. So go ahead with defaults, but when you make a phone call it has to be maximized, so that's why over here we did maximize. Now play sound is default true, but you don't see this raw resource Android notification sound because we want to play the default sound, and this is our customized sound. So over here we just created this two channels, and these two channels are registered from this main function, as you can see over here inside this. So if you have multiple channels, actually you can create them. All you need to do, go ahead and register them. Now before registering you have to take care of another instance which is called local notification plugin. Now this one, now most of you are familiar with this. This is coming from a plugin which is called Flutter local notifications plugin. Go ahead and create an instance. Now I have created this instance in the same class as my singleton class, but you could actually create it globally anywhere else, it doesn't matter. Just make sure it has only one instance, and you just go ahead and call it. It doesn't really matter. So with this you'd be able to create actually few channels. Now actually we can view this thing in our phone that we have registered two channel, and it's possible to see. Now let's open up our Android simulator. Now this is our Android simulator. What I'm going to do, I'll go to home page actually. Now from here we'll go to settings, and after going to settings we'll go to apps over here, and then this is our app, and now inside this we can find actually notifications. Now you see that actually we have two channels, chatty call and chatty message. Now these channels are actually exactly this two channels, chatty call, chatty message, that we have registered. So yeah, that's how you actually register your notification channel on Android, and it's very important. All right, so after understanding this, let's go ahead and understand this one over here. Now we do see that we have this config section actually. Now this config section gets called from here. Well, once we initialize everything in this function. Now, of course, in this function, there is another section, which is this one. We'll talk about this a little later. So let's go ahead and look at this config function over here. Now, config function actually, what it does is, well, the first thing, it gets an instance from Firebase messaging server. And, well, I guess this is not actually important. So we can just comment that out. Yeah. And we need this request permission because without this on iOS and Android we won't be able to get any request. So we need to, these are pretty much all, I mean, basic setup, and in general you want to set them all to true, and these are in general to false. And after that we have this section. Now get initial messages. Now this should be only get called when your app is terminated. Okay, when it's a terminated state, then it should get called, and which means that it should wake up the app. Now it works a bit differently both on Android and iOS. For Android it's a bit weird. With iOS actually it's always works. It is able to wake up the app and do pretty much what you want it to do. But with Android it all depends on the native OS, because every Android phone is different, their settings are different, so it's a not very beautiful solution the way it works with Android and iOS. So with Android it's a bit disappointing. So if the app is actually terminated, so far from the testing I have found that it doesn't really wake up the app. So now it's not just about this app. I have seen other social app that's a very big app. They also have the same problem when the app is terminated. If you have a notification or call on Android phone, at least with my phone, which I use Samsung, so it doesn't wake up the app. Like for example, I have tested on WeChat. WeChat is the biggest social media on China. That happens with WeChat same. So this part for Android device is really annoying. So far, I don't think anybody has a very good complete solution for this, because it has to do with the native hardware and OS, the way they save battery. This is where actually it happens. But with iOS, actually it works fine. Now over here, actually we are doing a little more setup with local notification plugin. Now, because we want to show the notification on the tray, which means on the top when the notification pops up, actually when I say tray, which means that if there is a notification, you'll see that it pops up over here like this. But of course with Android it's still weird, it doesn't always do the same thing. But with iOS, yes, it always works, that if you have a notification it should pop up here first. But with Android it's there is no guarantee, and it also depends on your local settings as well. So for showing the tray and tapping on the message, that's why we need this notification. So basically it's all very basic settings. Like for Android you get Android initialized settings, for iOS you get Darwin initialized settings. Yeah, the name is confusing. The older name was iOS initialization settings, and both of these settings you pass it to another constructor which is called initialize settings. This is also actually coming from Flutter local notifications. And you create an object using both iOS and Android, and based on that object actually pass that object to the plugin itself. So yeah, so it does the basic settings, and which is you need for pretty much every app you work with. So you should be doing this one. All right, and now this one once again for iOS. So iOS helps you to show the badge, alert, and sound. These are the things, and you should set it to true. Okay. Now this one actually gets request permission, that you should allow it. Even if you allow but you don't use this one, it is not going to work for iOS. Okay. Now I believe this one also works for Android as well, the same theory, but this one's just for iOS. So after allowing this, you have to have this code, otherwise it's not going to work for iOS. Okay, now this part is pretty interesting. This is where if you have a message, incoming message, and app is on the foreground, you can listen to that, and it actually works everywhere equally, both on iOS and Android. So there is no problem with that one, which we'll see very soon. A little later we'll do a test about it and we'll see that yes, it works. Okay, so when your app is on the foreground, foreground means, like, for example, let me show you what is called foreground. I think most of you should know that. So app is being initialized. It may take a bit of time. Okay, anyway, so looks like I lost connection to the app, so I'm going to restart it. Anyway, we'll soon see that this one actually gets called. This one actually gets called when app is on the foreground, which means on your screen. Actually, that's called foreground. All right, so these are the basic settings that you should do. Now actually there are two other methods, which is called receive notification and send notification. We'll take a look at them later, and they're actually being called from inside these methods. Like, for example, you already see that we have this one, so I'll talk about that a little later. Now we'll go ahead and take a look at this background handler, which is actually this one over here. So Firebase messaging background. So actually this is a handler. Now this one is actually when app is in the background, and to show the notification as well as awake the app if you click on it. Now this also works a bit differently both on Android and iOS, but what I can tell you with iOS, once your iOS setup is correct, it always works perfectly. But with Android, no, it's at least was not my experience that it always works uniformly. Okay, now here we do see that over here we have this VM entry point, and this is called Pragma, and this is part of Dart code. What does that mean? Now that means that actually this part of the code should be accessible from native code. Remember, here it's Dart code, it's not native code. When you run on iOS or Android, their native code for iOS most probably is Objective-C, and for Android most probably it's Java, right? So those are the native code. Now when you tag this one in front of a function, that tells you this gets priority, and this can, I mean, whenever a function has this one, the native code can directly call this. Of course it still needs translation because it's a Dart code, or I mean it has to convert this Dart code to native code, but this puts into priority list, and that's why it works with the background messaging, which means that if your app is in background, and then this handler would get called. And why it get called? Because you also have a tag over here where it says that, okay, this is a very special function, and this function should be in your priority list, and whenever I need, keep it there and give it to me immediately. Don't wait. Okay, give it to me immediately. I don't care whatever happens in your app or in your app context, but I want whatever is here, you do it. So that's what you are telling the native code, and that's why it has to be, I mean, you need to tell the native code that it's important, and whatever is there, go ahead and do that. So this entry point Pragma, this is what it means. But of course it's not finished yet. This part also has to be called from, actually there is something called Firebase messaging background actually. Okay, so this function actually takes this function. Okay, now the inside function is called handler, which handles things for you. Now this should be pretty much at the very top of your app, which we already have over here right after we run. Actually this as you can see, Firebase chat init gets called. Now inside chat init, definitely we set this one up, which also gets actually priority. They're also called top level function, which means that which has higher priority to run. So your app is on the background, actually this one would get called, even though everything could be minimized in your app, like in terms of how much memory occupies and runs and what are the things it's doing. But because we put it on the background message over here, now Firebase messaging dot on background message, so it gets priority. Now actually here working two things together. One is this one, as well as also the Firebase messaging on background message, this one. Okay, these two together. Now you could do one thing. This background handler, actually this one actually you can take it out. You don't have to put it in this class. Now in that case, if you do that, you also don't need this pragma, but in that case you should put it here at the very top. Okay, at the very top. And with this, native code will also get hint while this function is very important. So put it in the priority list and keep it always alive and ready. So that's the understanding. Okay, so before any of the thing, you can also put it here. Even before your main function, you have to put it here, because main function, or I would say this place, is the entry point. But when you have this background handler over here, it gets a very much priority, and it should get called when it should be. Okay, now of course a lot of the functions will not get called even if you want it to get called, because app is killed or terminated or in the background or in saving battery mode, things like that. But once you do this one, put a function over here, it does get extreme priority and it gets called. But anyway, we didn't put it here, we put it inside a class, so that's why actually we pointed over here with pragma. Okay, so if you don't put this handler, of course you can name it anything, this one, it doesn't really matter. Whatever you name, you just have to call it from here inside this on background function. Okay, so yeah, it's your choice. You can either put it here, or if you put it inside a class, so inside the class before the function name, just put it pragma. Okay, now yeah, so these are the basic skeleton that we have talked about, how the whole function, the file works. So we understand that over here we created a singleton class, and this class actually, which tells you if you create an instance, just create only once. I mean, you can't create a second one. Even if you do that, they'll have the same value. Okay, now that's it has its own benefit, also has disadvantages, but well, I have other tutorials for that. Go ahead and check that out. Now anyway, so once we create this class over here, first all we did over here inside this, we registered our channels. Okay, so it's very important that how many channels we have, which we have seen earlier. Now for registering channel, we need to initialize this one, so this should get called first, initialized, and then after it's initialized, this variable of local notification plugins, after that, based on that plugin, actually we call this resolve platform specific implementation, and with this actually we register our channel. Okay, so you can register many channels, and once that is done, actually we also do this config thing, right? So with config we do basic thing like our Firebase messaging instance. Of course you have to get that one, and after that you can also get the permission that Firebase would be able to allow, would be able to send you notification, and this is for when app is actually terminated. This one is app is terminated, and this part of this actually, if you want to really see your messages on the tray and be able to click and go somewhere, so that's why we need that. And over here, this one we need for iOS. Okay, now with this, because of this one, you'd be actually able to see the notification and badges and sound. Now this one is actually for when app is on the foreground, like this kind of mode. This is called foreground, right? So for this one, and well, this two are coming from other functions which we'll talk in next section or next section, and this is for when app is in the background. So if I put it like this, actually it should be background, but a lot of time Android emulator kills this, so it gets terminated, not exactly in the background. But in real device, this is actually the background, because you are not seeing that. It didn't really kill it, but simulator does kill it, or emulator. Okay, so yeah, so in next section actually we'll verify how this one and this one works. Not this one actually, I mean this background message. All right, so let's go ahead and check that. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and first understand this onMessage.listen, and after that we'll understand background handler, And in next section, actually, we would understand this core function, which is very important, and this is the one that actually shows notification as on the tray with options like whether you can click or cancel like that. Okay, yeah. Now I'm going to open up the terminal over here, and here I am. Now this is for Android iOS, this terminal, and I'm going to switch to the other terminal over here, and this would be for the Android. Okay, now first we'll check foreground message, which corresponds to this onMessage.listen. Now we'll see that actually whenever we make a call, we get a notification and onMessage gets called. Okay, so let's verify that. So let's click this guy, make a call. So right now we are calling. Yes, so the call showed up, and as you can see that there is a sound, right? Okay, great. Now I'm going to cancel this and cancel it. Well, it should get auto canceled, but anyway, so now here we'll see that here actually as we are calling, there is a function that get called actually, which is called this one, notification on message function. And this is the function that this is the line actually that got called. So this is for debugging purpose. Okay, and this gets called as we call our other device. So when your app is in the foreground, so just now our app was on the foreground and this got called. Okay, so yeah, that's how on message works actually. And since it's got called, actually, as you saw just now, there was this tray that showed up. That's called tray. Now that tray actually does a lot of things, and that would be doing using this function, which we'll take a look at later. Now we are going to say this function over here. Now of course we see that here we have this 3 print messages, and we'll see they get printed. Now this time we'll put our app in the background. So let's go ahead and call, and so we see that actually it showed up here, and we also see a badge over here, right? Okay, now I'm going to cancel this. All right, and over here actually we do see that we have some lines that been printed over here, like this one, message data. Now message data itself is actually an instance, and of course this is over here for some reason is null, and the notification actually the data, message data, the data it's carrying is this information. Okay, yeah, so we see that when our app is in the background, actually this gets called, and that's beautiful, and that gets called actually because of this message over here. Now of course this functions over here will take a greater look even later, but now this is the basic skeleton over here that we understand. There are a lot more to go ahead with this function, which I want to talk, and which is actually very useful for notification. Okay, all right, great. But one thing about this background handler, you need to know, in background handler actually you should not call any UI code, because UI code needs context. Background handler actually doesn't do anything with context, because as I said in earlier section, it sits in a very priority list, which may get called anytime, even if you don't have any context. So from background handler in general, you can't access any context, or you can't do navigation, because navigation also need context. If you do that, you will get error. Anyway, so in next section actually we'll first take a look at this one. What is this function and how it works? Okay, so now we'll go ahead and take a look at this receive notification function. Now the function is over here. Now actually this function has a few sections that I would like to tell you. Actually 3 conditions, pretty much 3 conditions. Well, first condition is very visible, which is here you check the call type, the type of call you are having. Now inside this we have actually, we say it's a voice call type or video call type, and event, well, the video call type, the conditional block is still open. Let me close this. And the other type is a cancel type. Actually this pretty much this 3 types over here. Inside this we check once again, so we'll have voice call, video call, and whether you have canceled it or not. Okay, now first we'll start with this voice call, right? So if the call has been voice call, now you will come over here. If the call has been voice call and we retrieve the data. Now you may ask, what is this data and how we are retrieving? Now do remember, if I make a call from this device to this device, okay, so if I make a call from this device to this device, so what's going to happen? First it talks to the server, right? Our backend, the backend we have early, right? And then it sends this basic information, right? And basic information, they're grabbed over here at the top. And after that we query the user, and the user's device token is exist, then we go ahead and do that. Go ahead and start initiating the call, but of course user may cancel it immediately. We also check that one. Now inside this, actually we have this voice call type, and as you see, voice call type actually sends data to server. What server? That sends data to actually Google server, right? Using this message. So what's going to happen over here, if I'm going to make a call, so this device, from this device to this device, so all this data actually first go through our server, from localhost, from local device to server, and our server sends the data to Firebase, and Firebase sends the data to this device. And how does it do it? I know that, and we talked about it before, that this device token is the most important one. Okay, the token itself plays important role, the most important. With this, Google server knows that how to send data to which device, right? Once this line is executed, all this data goes to Google server, and Google server decides which device to send data based on this token, right? So we get all the data. Now all this data we get. Now of course, when Google server sends back data to this server, to this device, how does it do it? It does it using this remote message object, right? Because it's not coming from our server, it's coming from Google server. Now Google server put all the data in this object, actually message object, right? So that's why you'll see over here, so we have this message object and we save it locally over here as data, message.data. Actually we are grabbing all the data, right? And then from it we look for token, name, avatar, and doc ID, and this is exactly we have seen over here, token, avatar, doc. You see that? And actually here is this data key. In PHP this is called key, and key has values like, or you can also call it associative array. It works as pretty much the same in PHP, right? So this is the data section that goes to Google server, right? And there's the same exact fields we grab over here, but it comes through this message object, so you can't access your PHP or things like that. So if you ever work with notification, this remote message object is a very important class, and if you have time, you can go ahead and dive into it and see how it works. Anyway, so we get all the data and we make sure that, hey, our data is actually not empty, right? Data is not empty, so we check it over here. If it's not empty, then we show this snack bar. Now snack bar is actually the core UI in this case. It shows the tray, right? It shows the tray. So I can actually make a comment here. It shows the notification tray like that. Now if you don't know what is this, let me show you. So here's this and here is this, right? So I'm going to make a call. Now it is going to our server, then now it's going to Google server, and now it is over here, right? So this is the notification. Okay, now this is called a tray. This is called a tray, and now I'm going to take a photo because I'm going to use it again and again. Now the photo should be saved on my desktop. Now, as we made the call over here, we see this this name and this two icons. Anyway, I'm going to cancel it. All right, we don't need this, and why it didn't get canceled, I'll talk about it a little later. So this is the snack bar that I was talking about. Now over here we have this icon. Icon has a container field, as you can see, container. Now actually inside this container we are showing our network image. I'm not going to talk about this decoration. I think you guys all know about it, so just basic styling. But inside this we showed our network image. Okay, what is whose image? The person who is calling. so this person's image, right? So you are calling, so on the other side they have to know that your image to the other side, so it makes sense. So your name have been shown, so using this one, the colors, and the type is voice call. And then we have this duration, so it stayed up there for a long time, which is 30 seconds. You can change it to any time if you want. And then inside this we actually have this text button. Text button is for these two sections, actually for these two sections. Now inside this we have a container. So text button actually can take a child, and it also takes onPressed event, but onPressed event we are doing nothing because we move it to inside this gesture detector, and we'll talk about soon. Now okay, so we have this basic styling over here, and this text button itself should have a width which is 90 pixel. So this is pretty much over here, I would say. So now inside this we have gesture detector, you'll see like this. So we have these two gesture detectors over here. Now the first one represents to this button, and the second one represents to this button, right? Now the first button is actually works with the cancellation. So if you cancel the call, click on this, so the snake bar has to be dismissible, right? So the gesture detector has on tap event. So inside this, if you click on this button, which is actually this container over here, so this button is represented by this container. If you click on this, gesture detector can get it, because gesture detector is there for getting tap events, right? So it closes the snack bar. So get dot is snack bar open, it closes it. But by the way, so this snack bar is actually coming from getX, and which gives you a convenient widget, and you can use it to do and work with beautiful UI like that. Okay, now if you click on this button, so we close the snack bar, and which you have seen. All right, now after that, actually over here we have this send notification method. Now this send notification method we actually seen before how it works. So it sends notification, but in this case actually we are sending a notification, but the type is cancel. Now actually we know that eventually inside this it talks to our call notification API, which we have seen before, and internally actually it comes over here, and then it just sends this notification, this kind of data, to Google server, and Google server notifies the other device, the other guy, that hey, this has been canceled. Okay, the user has tapped cancel. Who is the other guy? This would be the other guy. So this would be the other guy. So this device would know that the notification has been canceled, which also means that the user doesn't want to talk to you. So that's the basic idea, right? Okay, great. So that's why we have this section. It just sends basic notification, and that's all. Okay, now back to over here. So the idea is, if you cancel, tap on this button, you have to let the other user know that I don't want to talk to you. So that's why it's been designed like this. And now inside this, actually it's basic UI buttons, so a phone button or icon, which is this one, right? So that's how the first one works. So the first one is for cancellation, and the second one over here is for receiving. So once you click on this button, once again this has to be clickable, and this button itself is represented by this container widget, basic UI over here pretty much, and we have seen it many times. And then if you somehow tap on this, first it will close the snack bar just like the other one. Whatever and wherever you tap, it would close the snack bar. It would be gone, right? We have seen that. And then we redirect you to a new route, and how this route works, we know it, and we have seen that before, right? Okay, great. So it goes there and does the old thing, the one that we have seen before. And over here your role changes. So instead of becoming anchor, you become an audience, because you are listening. So this is the meaning. Of course you can tag it actually anything, it doesn't really matter. I've just called anchor and audience, it doesn't really matter. So your state is you're being an anchor. The one is calling, we know that that person is becoming a anchor, and you are audience. I mean, if you are receiving, you are audience. The other person who called you, he is the anchor. So go ahead and check this route and how it works if you don't Remember? By the way, one thing I would suggest, as we are doing this project over here, I would suggest go through this whole architecture again and again, the different modules, how they work, and that would definitely work you in long term how to set up a bit complex project like this. I didn't say this project is super complex, but it is mid-level complexity. Why? Because we are doing real-time notification, real-time chatting, audio video call. I know that it doesn't have much UI, but it's a lot about Dart code and the structure of the whole app, how it works. So if you came up to so far, go ahead and review the whole section again and again. It should help you to set up other type of project later down the road, and which is very helpful. So don't just keep doing different kind of projects. Do one and do it very well, learn about the whole architecture, and then move to the next section. That's my suggestion. Anyway, so now, yes, so that's how the this voice call works, right? Now, on the other hand, if our type is this video type, actually it's the same thing over here, pretty much the same thing. The only thing I would say change is the call type. It's video call. And another thing I have to address, which I did not. Now over here you'll see that I'm setting up the type, whether it's a voice call or video call. Of course, if we fall back to video call condition, we set it to true. But if you say over here for voice call, we did not do it, and it doesn't really matter. You can just do it once. Okay, if it is true, if the call type for voice call is a video call is true, it means the type was video. It's very important because later down the road we'll see our phone history, that certain user, what kind of calls he or she made and what kind of calls he or she received. So if it's not voice call, then it has to be video call. That's a basic condition and the setup. Now we set this up in our local storage, so we know that it works with local storage globally. Anyway, so everything else stays the same. There is no changes. Just go ahead and check that if you didn't understand, or replay the video. We'll take a look at this cancel condition. Now cancel condition is pretty much very simple. Say for example, if you are calling and you canceled it from here, so for your device over here we'll cancel every local notifications object. So that's why you have this cancel section. All right, first you notify, okay, local notifications should be all canceled, nothing to do. And then if you have snack bar, close all of them if you have snack bar opened. And over here now we'll see which route to go back. If you're coming from voice call, go back to voice call. From that page, go back to the earlier page, right? If you are on video call, from that page go back to earlier code. Okay, so that's why we are doing the conditional check. So how to go back the correct way. And after that, in local storage, which is shared preferences, we check the type of call that's being canceled. Now since this is just a cancellation, so we created a key for that, and we have saved an empty string here, which represents over here that the call has been canceled. Now we can actually run a call and we'll see that this gets called. So now let's go ahead and make a call from this device to this device, and this device would cancel, and we'll see that over here we'll have a cancellation. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and cancel it, and we see that canceled popped up. Okay, all right, but it would work pretty much the same even if you call it and then if you receive it and cancel it. So let's go ahead and receive it. Okay, so we just have received, and let me cancel. Yeah, so we just saw for a very brief time at the top there was cancel. Okay, now that's how it works. So it doesn't matter if you're doing the talk or if you cancel it even before doing the talk. If this method gets called, now we actually this section gets called and do some basic work. Now we also save information that we have canceled. Now it's very important for a few reasons to save it, which we'll see later. Now we talked about Android being on the background or getting terminated and doesn't get notification. Actually it does get the message, it does receive it. Okay, Now the app doesn't wake up. Once again, it has to do with the internal hardware as well as the OS, because every Android system could be different, because there is Samsung, there is a Xiaomi, there is a Huawei, and a lot of different companies they make, and they have their own protocol how to work with this notification and push notification to save battery. A lot of the things goes down to saving battery, as well as if you are a famous app or not. If your app is very famous, actually you would be listed in the OS itself, and whenever you make a call, you'd get immediate notification. If your app, like our app, nobody knows about this app, this kind of app actually doesn't get recognized by the OS, so it's kind of not in whitelist, they're in gray list. If your app is in the whitelist, like WeChat or Messenger or Facebook or any kind of famous social media, then you are actually enlisted in the vendor's whitelist, and then notification works much better. Okay, but of course with iOS they treat every app equally pretty much, so it doesn't happen. But with Android, once again, this is the problem, and there is no direct way of solving or absolute way of solving this thing. Of course, if your app is famous, they'll put you in whitelist, and whenever you make a call or if you have a push notification, other party would get it immediately. Hope it makes sense. Now anyway, so we know that if I make a call to this device from this device, now this device, our app could be in background or terminated, but actually eventually this notification would reach to this app anyway, and it does actually, and I have done the experiment, I have seen the documents. Yes, it gets it, but it doesn't wake up. Now whether to wake up an app or not, it totally, actually the complete right is held by the OS itself, not your app. Actually OS decides whether to wake up the app or not. Okay, now app gets it, but app does not, it might not wake up, right? But anyway, if the app gets it, we save it in local storage. Okay, that's what we do. So if next time our app wakes up for some reason, somehow, if you wake it up or for something happened and app woke up, then we can do the statistics. This is another beautiful thing you should know. So your app really gets the information, but we save it locally in local storage. So next time when you navigate through the app, you see, oh yes, there's something happened that I didn't know, which means that I didn't get notification. So that's the purpose. So it's like, even though you don't get it immediately, but you can check it later. So that's why we would do this mechanism over here. Great. Now if we understand this section, now over here this should be actually easy as well. Okay, now you'll see that earlier we talked about this entry point is very important to let the UI know, so let the OS know, okay, if my app is in the background, well, even if it's app in the background or terminated, but keep this function awake. And over here I have this data, I want to do something. So if I do something, also let me do. So what do we do over here? First thing, we also see if we are canceled or not. Okay, so if we are canceled, okay, let me save it in the local storage, but I promise that I will not do any UI. So over here working with the context is very difficult. Why? Because it runs in the background, and even if your app is kinda terminated, but in fact it's not terminated, somehow it's there. So but your context is lost. If your context is lost, you can't do any UI work. For UI, definitely you need context, right? But for local storage, you don't need any context. All you need this app and it's reference to the memory, and then you're good to go. All you need is this package, right? And the reference, and you're good to go. And then what we do over here, well, we have this data that someone called me, but the app was background or terminated or this kind of data, save it in the local storage. So when the app wakes up next time, it would be useful. Okay, make sure you don't do any UI thing. So let me comment out this one. All right, yeah, that's all. I mean, now this file should make more sense that why we have done these things, right? Because the only thing right now with Android we could do, saving our information once this function gets triggered somehow by the OS. So this gets called triggered by the OS. By this time you should know it. And we also do actually first basic initialization of Firebase. Okay, so you can talk to server and that's fine. Okay, and some important things, but you cannot do any UI or navigation through your app requires you to have context. Okay, you get the idea. So anyway, so over here we check what kind of message was it. Is voice or video. Then we save it here, regardless is voice or video. We save the person who called us, their information, and next time when our app boots up, actually we check this information. Then we know, oh, someone has called me but I couldn't receive that. Okay, yeah. So with this we are actually pretty much done in this Firebase messaging handler, and I know this section has been quite long. It's all about notification. One second, notification is the most difficult part for app like this. Hello everyone. Here we'll first take a look what we are going to do for the upcoming sessions. We have been working for voice module or voice call module for a long time. Now we'll take a break from that because it's working, and now we'll be going ahead for doing sending messages, actually text messages. So in next few sections, actually we'll be taking a look how to send text messages, send images, and at the same time send notifications. So let's go ahead and get started. Well, so in this section, what I would be doing here, we'll click on this and click over here, and then we'll go to a message page, so or chatting page actually. So whatever we type in over here, we're gonna click on this and then send it, and we would also try to show it. But the first thing we want to do, sending messages. Okay, at least the first step should be sending messages from here to our server side, which means Firebase server, because sending messages would be the messages, the one that we send, they should be saved in Firebase server. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and get started. Before we actually start to write the code, we'd be looking at our view. Now here we have few views, so we're gonna take a look at the chat view. So this is our chat view, and inside chat view actually we have a function over here. Now actually this function is for sending messages actually, but this function is so far empty. Now where is this function? This function is actually over here inside this row and the first container actually. So over here we can actually do a note over here. We can say that for text fields and send messages like that. Okay, now this is the first container that we are working, or the first child actually, and inside this we have seen so far that we have text field. Now at the end of the text field, well, we have this gesture detector. Of course this is inside a row over here. If you take a look, so we have a child, and then we have this gesture detector, which would be working as a button over here. Now here we are supposed to have a method. Now this method would actually send message. All right, so this is what we want to do. Now to be able to do this, actually first we need to go ahead and find our controller. So we're going to look for controller, and we're going to use chat controller actually. Now this is our chat controller. Now at the top, first we need to define a variable, and that would be our actually text editing controller. So here we would do text editing controller like that, and we're gonna import it if necessary. Well, so most probably it wants us to create an instance, so let's go ahead and do that. So here we do my input controller like that. Okay, now the error should be gone. Okay, and we are good with this. Now this input controller, actually we have to connect it with our text field controller. Now where is our text field controller? The text field controller is actually inside this container over here, where we have this text field. Now inside this we're gonna use controller and controller dot my input controller like this. Okay, Now since this refers to chat controller, so we get the controller instance, and the instance I'm talking about is this one. Okay, so now our text field and this one, they're connected together. Now whatever we type in over here, we'd be able to grab it inside this. Well, now it would only grab it if we have a method. Now that method should be actually called from here, right? So now we're gonna come over here and create a method inside this, and we'll call it send message. Okay, so here we do void send message, this one. Now this would be actually called if we hit this button. Now we can go ahead and do a test over here, and we'd say print, all right, like this, you tapped me, like this. All right, now we are going to see the log. Of course log wouldn't work because we didn't call the method, right? So we need to call the method from here. So the same way, our controller object is there, and we would just simply call send message, this one. Now let's save it. Now let's go ahead and check on this, and you see that it gets called. So it says that you tapped me, which means that actually it's already working. All right, now we'll come over here and work on this step by step. So I'm going to remove this. We don't need this anymore. And over here, the first thing we want to do, we want to grab the text controller, whatever is there. So, well, getX will take care of that. Even though over here we have defined the controller at the top. Well, let's see our controller. Okay, over here, this one, controller instance. So we are binding our controller object from here, the one that we defined at the top. We are binding it with our view. Now view would be able to listen if we put anything in the text controller. Now it's also defined in the text controller, I mean in our getX controller, in the controller itself. So from controller we'd be able to listen and find, I mean get the value. That's the idea. So over here we'd say string send content, the variable that we declared, and here we'd say my input controller, and we just want to get the text value, and that's it. Now over here we can just simply print like this. Over here we can print our content. So here we'd say send content, so it'll print for us. Now let's go ahead and save it, and now let's click on this. Hi Flutter boys, hit it, and you see hi Flutter boys. Okay, now over here actually we need to do a test. So what is the test? Conditional test actually. So here we would check it. So if it is empty, then we'll just okay, empty. So if it is empty, we'll just return over here, return. But before we return, actually we can send a message to the user. So we'd use toast info, this package, and here we'll say content is empty, like that. Okay, all right, great. Now let's try it one more time over here, and let's check it. Now of course this time content is not empty, so we don't we'll set first, okay, hi Flutter voice, but nothing is, this is not shown over here at the top, so we can just go ahead and remove that. And now let's try this. So here is a content is empty. All right, but of course we can also use getX snack bar if we want. The idea is same, but here we are using toast info. Now toast info is a package that we have installed, and that's in our popspec.yml file, so you'll be able to find it. All right, now after that, if we come up to here, this line, so that means that we have kind of content that is not empty. Okay, now if we have content, so we're going to wrap it around message content. This is a class that we have in our file, in our common folder. Now go ahead and take a look at it first. So over here we need to have token, content, type, and add time. But of course add time is optional, as you can see. I mean, a lot of them are actually optional, in a sense that they all could be null. Anyway, so over here first we'll set up our token. So token is our token. All right, now token looks like that it's not at the top, so we need to get our token. The token should be actually user token, the person that's sending the message to other person. So we want to get that token. Now for that token over here we'll declare like this, final token, and then user store, and then to dot profile. Go ahead and check on this, profile dot token, this one. All right, so user store has a field which is called to. Using to, we can access all the properties from it, which is one of them is profile and then token. Anyway, so now over here we'd say like this, get the user or sender's token. So it should make sense. All right, now if we come down over here, so we set the token. So we need the token because we want to see which user is sending. So with the token we'll also keep a record in our database, because this whole information we are wrapping it inside a class that would be sent to Firebase. Now inside this we want to send content, the actual content, which means the one that is being typed over here. So here we do send content, this one, and then after that we would also do type, and type is a text. Now what is this? Actually here we are typing text rather than image or any other kind of stickers or emojis. Okay, then here we'd also do add time, so timestamp dot now. All right, so that's how actually you add current time. So with this you'd be able to add current time to your data. Okay, so it's as simple as that one. Now with this our data is ready. Now this is the data that we want to send to Firebase. So over here we created an object, to send back to Firebase, or send to Firebase. All right, great, which means that we'll save it in Firebase. And right after this over here we'll have actually a method. Well, I wouldn't say it's a method, it's a Firebase query that would help you to save data in the database. Now over here we would create a new collection. Now, well, if we want to work with Firebase, actually we need a Firebase instance, database instance. So over here let's go ahead and declare it at the top. Okay, so here we'd say Firebase data instance. Now we'll declare it like this, final db Firebase firestore dot instance, this one. So in the firestore actually we would be saving our data. So that's why we need to have Firebase firestore, not really just Firebase. Firebase is the whole server actually. And for authentication we just use Firebase sometimes, but for saving data we are going to use Firebase firestore instance. Now of course this is a getter object of this. Okay, so instance is a singleton object from Firebase firestore. With this you can access the object that's created inside this class, and we save it here in a local variable which is called db. Now with db we can access many other properties that's inside this Firebase firestore class. So now here we do await db dot collection. So our messages, the one we send to certain user, so that would be saved in a document, inside a document. And before we have the document created we need to create a collection. So here we first create a collection. Collection name is message. All right, now here we'll have document. Now the document ID actually would be coming from the one that we passed down from our chat controller. Well, here it wants us to add async, so let's go ahead and add async over here. Now we already have document ID, and we know that this document ID actually comes from our chat controller, right? Or actually contact controller. Contact controller pass the data to chat controller, and we know that. All right, so now we already have the document ID. So inside this message collection, we expect to have a document ID like this. Well, if the message collection is not created, if the message collection is not there, actually there would be a collection that would be created. All right, now over here we do collection one more time. Now inside this we'll create another sub collection, and we'll call it message list. All right, and after that, inside this here we'll call a convenient method which is called with converter. Now with converter takes two properties. First one is from Firestore, the second one is a to Firestore. So actually they're from JSON and to JSON method. Okay, these are the corresponding fields, but in Firebase they call it from Firestore and to Firestore. Anyway, now from Firestore, which actually from JSON. So with this, actually we need to give it a JSON data, but we don't have the JSON data. How to do it? But we have a class which is called message content. Now this message content class has a method which is called from JSON, and we just call it and pass to it, and that's it. Now this is the message content. If you go ahead and click on this, you'll see that this is the constructor, and here we also have a factory constructor. Now factory constructor, actually over here it does return an object. Okay, now inside this we are calling from Firestore because it needs actually from JSON method, but here we actually call it from Firestore instead of from JSON. But yes, we could have called it from JSON and it wouldn't make a big difference. The idea is same. Okay, now over here we need to take care of this one, which is called to Firestore. Now to Firestore is a little bit different than from Firestore. First you need to actually call it like this, pass some parameters to it. The first one is message content, this one, and you have to create an object of it, MSG, and then you have to pass a variable which is called options. And after this you'd be doing like this, or actually you can also do curly braces, it doesn't matter, but we can just return it like this, which looks good actually. So over here we do message dot to Firestore, this one. Okay, and after that over here we're gonna add our content. Now this add method is the convenient method which is coming from collection itself. It's not coming from with converter. With converter just helps you to convert data to JSON or from JSON to object like that. So this is actually this method over here, which is called it rides inside this collection. So it's coming from collection. We add the data, and what data to add? Now we can just simply say over here like this. Well, we don't have the exact data that we saved somewhere, so here we could do final content like this, and over here we can just save the content. So whatever the data that's been sent from here, we wrap around inside this object, so it becomes an object and we call it content. But of course when we click or hit from here, we just send the send content, right? That's our text, and but that's not enough to keep the track of this data. So that's why we add a token, message type, and time. So with all of this we create a new object, and that object actually would be added to our database. which is Firebase database. And Firebase database, actually what it does, it takes from JSON object or JSON data. So we make sure that our data over here is created as JSON, and then we give it to our Firebase, and Firebase would add that. Now with Firebase, it only takes JSON data as you want to give data to it. Of course, when Firebase returns data, that also returns JSON data. You have to know that Firebase doesn't take any kind of other object. Anyway, so now you can say, hey, you are giving it an object. Yes, we are giving it, it looks like, but eventually before it gets to Firebase, it's converted to JSON using this one. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, anyway, so now let's continue. So if we can actually add it, now if we are successful, then, so actually there's a then function that we should call. So if we are successfully added, then it returns you. What does it return? So one of the things it return is actually like this. Over here we can grab it as document reference. Document reference, and we'll call it doc. So whatever it returns would be inside this object, doc object. But now we don't want to do this one over here. Actually, we want to do like this, curly braces. Now if we have curly braces, actually inside this we can print the doc ID. Now here we do like this. Okay, new message doc ID is here like this. So here we do doc.id. doc.id. Now looks like we need curly braces for this, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now with this the error should be gone. Now each time actually you send a message using this send button, first it will find this message collection in Firebase, and then for that message collection it's gonna add a document ID, the one that we send. And for that document ID, actually it's going to create a message list collection, and inside the collection we add our data. Now as we add data inside this collection, there would be a new document ID generated automatically. We don't know that one, but because we can return from Firebase, when it's done adding, actually we can access the document using this document reference object. So once you add a document in Firebase, and after that it returns you a document reference object, and from that object actually you can get your document ID, the one that's been added newly or currently or just now. Right now over here actually we can print that, and that's what we see. And now not only we print that, actually we are going to print on our console, right? So let's go ahead and check that. Now here I would say hi boys. Now let's go ahead and check on this. Now here this is what we sent, we printed it over here, right? Hi boys. And for this one there was a new document ID, and this is the document ID. Okay, now we can do like this. Okay, let me select this. Now I can say hi girls. Now we'll see that, okay, so this is the new message, and then over here we have this new document ID. So this is the document ID, the one that we have over here. This is more like a base document ID, but of course we can also go ahead and print that. Here we do like this, base ID is like this. Okay, yeah. Now one thing I want to do before we go ahead and do that, now right after actually adding it, we want to clear our text controller, otherwise you see it's always there. So how to do that? So simply just go ahead and call clear method. on this text controller object. Okay, so after sending it, when you hit the send button, it would be gone automatically. Okay, sorry, clear. All right, and now inside this over here, I'm going to remove this. Okay, hi people. Now I'm going to hit this. Now here you see hi people, and it's gone from here automatically. And this is our base document ID, and this is the new document ID. Now remember, if we send more messages, it would be same. Okay, and this would be new. It'd be same. It would be same, and this would be our new document ID. Okay, now here I would say hi good people, thanks for supporting and loving DB tag channel. Okay, now I'm going to hit this one. Now of course we see that the message, hi good people, thanks for supporting loving DB channel, and over here we do see that we still have this, right? So our base document ID didn't change, and this is our newly created document ID. So hopefully it should make sense. So with this, actually we are already adding data to our database, which is Firebase. Not only that, now we'll go ahead and check our Firebase database. So this is my Firebase database, and then I'm gonna come over here. Now I'm going to click on this Firestore database. Now inside this, we do see that we have a collection which is called message, and now we also see we have a sub collection, and that's what actually I was telling you. So this is collection, document ID, sub collection, and this exactly corresponds to this one. So here you have this collection, document, and a sub collection, and we also see that inside the sub collection we have a lot of documents, and these are actually the other documents, like the one that's being sent over here, or we are printing over here, right? Okay, so yeah, so far with this, actually we should have a very good understanding of how the sending messages works, and the connection between collection, document, sub collection, and sub documents. And then we have better understanding, and we'll deepen our understanding about Firebase collection and documents by looking at two syntaxes one more time. So over here we have seen earlier that we can actually get Firebase collection. Now we can do it actually very simply, but in our app we are not going to use that one, but it's very important to understand. So over here I'm gonna type a list, a variable, I will call it list, and then I would do await, and then here I would do db.collection. Now we already know that our collection name is message. Now we can just simply return get like this. So actually it will return all the documents in this collection, and let's go ahead and print that. Okay, now over here you could try to list dot length, but actually there is no length variable, so which means that you have to first get the docs, this one, and then length. Okay, now let's go ahead and print it like this. So if you directly try to get list dot length just like a normal list, it's not going to work. Okay, so it returns a collection, which means that inside this collection there are other properties that we can see. So docs is one of the properties, so it's more like complex JSON inside this get. I mean, this is what the get returns. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and save it, and then I'm going to send message over here, hello, and then let's print it. Okay, now yes, we do see that the length is a 2, right? Now for now I'm going to just comment out this one, we don't need this anyway, and we also don't need this one. Okay, great. Now I'm going to save this. All right, now what happens if you just go ahead and do like this, print list.docs. Let's go ahead and do it, save it, and now I'm gonna print it over here, hello there. I mean, type in over here. All right, now here we do see that we have instance of a query snapshot. So docs itself actually an object of query snapshot. Okay, document snapshot, query document snapshot. So here inside this docs, actually we have two documents, and these are the instances. Well, of course, instances are referred as a name over here, certain name. So we have two docs, so we have two instances. Docs might have a lot of other properties. Okay, now before we look at other properties, now let's take a look at another collection now, which is collection and sub collection. Now over here we have this on sub collection. Now I'm going to copy this and put it here inside a new variable, and I would do list sub, and then I'll just paste it over here, and then I would also do get. Okay, now with this, what's going to happen now, whatever I have inside this document ID over here, whatever I have inside this document ID would return all the documents. Okay, now actually I have a lot of documents inside this sub collection, so let's go ahead and check that. So here we do print list sub collection dot docs. So let's save it, and then we're gonna type in over here, and here it's one more time. All right, and we'll see that there are a lot of docs or documents instance. Now that's because actually I have added a lot of documents inside this. I was just doing the test. So each of the documents over here actually refers to a chatting. Now for some testing I have deleted the data. It doesn't really matter. Now inside this documents, actually we can also access the fields like edit time, content, token, like that text. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Okay, now the docs, once again, is very interesting. Here you can get the first document, and then if the first document has object like ID, you can also get that one like that. Okay, and you can also get the last one, last document, and then you could do ID. All right, so it would print everything for us. So let's go ahead and save it. Now we'll get the last one, and then I'm going to send a message over here, last message. All right, let's hit it. Now this is what we see. Now let's go ahead and check our Firebase. Now I'm going to refresh it one more time. Now here, this is the last one. Okay, so WJ and EC, and that's what we have seen over here, WJ EC. So yeah, you could do a lot of interesting operation like this as per your need. So to get the last document, the first document. But what if you want to get all the documents one by one and do something and check? Yes, you can also do that. So in this case, all you need to do list sub dot for each. Now, sorry, you need to first get all the documents. Remember, get returns all the documents. So over here on that, you could do for each. Now for each gives a convenient method where it's more like a for loop, and you can loop through it. Okay, now inside this, each of the documents are referred as element over here. This element refers to each of the documents. Now of course you can grab element over here, and then you need to do other properties inside this. Of course in this case you can't get the first because it is referring each of the elements, right? But here for each element, if there is an ID, you can get that. Okay, now that's what we'll see. Now let's go ahead and save it. Now we'll see that all the documents IDs are saved and printed over here. Actually printed, I wouldn't say save. Okay, I'm doing a test over here. Now let's go ahead and send it. Now these are the document ID that's been printed. Okay, all right, and what else? I mean, we can do a lot more interesting thing over here. Now this is the element. Now our element has say a lot of interesting properties. Now how to get that one? Now each element refers to each document, right? And our document has many fields. So if you want to get the document's fields, you can first do element.data. So data would return for certain element, which means certain document, and all the fields. So which is the thing by this, what I mean is this. So these are all the fields that would be returned. Okay, now let's go ahead and print them. Now of course if we go ahead and print, it would return a lot, so we don't want like that. So over here we can just specify any of them we want. Say for example content. Now we know that content over here refers to the message section, the message we sent, right? Last message, well, like test, so whatever it is, so that refers to the message section, right? So we just want to get the content. Now let's go ahead and do more test. Okay, doing more test, and then we're gonna hit send over here. Now as you see, so these are all the messages that I have sent so far. Okay, some of them are null because some of the messages I have deleted from Firebase Firestores, and that's why we see null. So the idea is it's very powerful. You could do a lot of query. So remember, first thing, get returns all the documents, and if you want to know about that documents, first you have to get that object, and then you have to have the docs, and then based on docs, after getting the docs, you could do whatever you need, like different operations, different information you want to know. All right, and for each document, if you want to get all the fields, then you have to call this data, this one. Okay, and data actually prints, I don't say prints, actually holds all the fields of a document. So that's how it works. Now we'll see much more about this in future as well. Okay, so now we'll see another very basic operation. Actually, this is what I should have been started with in this section. Anyway, now here we'll see actually how to add items to our collection. Not like this, using converter. You see that over here, actually we are using converter with converter. Now this could be confusing, but this is a must. But the very basic way to do this thing is like this: await db.collection. You can create a random collection. So over here I would say chat, just as a random collection that I'm going to create. Now of course this is I'm using just for a demonstration, and that's it. And right after this collection, you can just simply go ahead and do add, and add takes JSON data or map actually. So inside this, you just put your data to add in the collection. So here we'll say that like this, field 1, this is a text, and over here we'll have field 2, and we can just say 20. All right, and that's how actually you'd be adding data. Now we go ahead and do that. Actually this one would directly add data to our Firebase. Now of course we need a send button, so you need to send something because we need a button click, right? Otherwise this will not get executed. Now, well, it's done. Here you see I said this is a text. Well, now it should be most probably this one. Yeah, like 20, because this 2 I have actually added before I was doing the test. Now after this, what we could do here, we could also add like this, add this function which is called then function. Now with then function we would be able to grab the document ID. Okay, now we already talked about it, that document ID is document reference object has it. So here document reference object, and inside this over here we could do like this. Now we do doc.id, and that's as simple as that one. So it's gonna add this field, and then after adding it will return the reference. Okay, yeah, so that's a very basic way of doing this thing. But because we are dealing with a bit of data, so we use from JSON and to JSON method to convert them from object to JSON, from JSON to object. Okay, now let's save it, and then this time instead of this I'm going to do 30 so that we know that this is a new data that just came in. And it's a new data, just anything is fine. Now if we come and check, well, there might be, let's see which one, or if not is there, then we're gonna just refresh it. We'll see which one. We change it to 30. Yeah, this one. So this is the one that we just added. So working with Firebase, actually, if you know the basic rules, is pretty easy actually. The idea is everything starts with a collection, and on the collection you can just do this add, and now we'll see how to do this update. Okay, and if you have a lot of collections, the collections you can also do like this. So you can just simply go ahead and do like this, get. Okay, with get you'd be able to get all the data. Okay, now once again, this is something what we already have seen before. So this is something we have seen before in our other places, like contact page. Over there actually we have also seen this get, right? So with get, actually we are able to get all the data from Firebase, all the documents actually from Firebase. So we have seen that. Previously we have seen how to use get, but with this converter, but this time we are not doing that. So here we just simply say var list, and we'll still see the same thing actually. Once again, with converter, just to sit there to convert some data, but it has nothing to do with the basic principle of Firebase, how you work with this. So here we could do list.docs. Remember, this one always return docs, so it's very important. And then you could do length, like how many items you have. But you could also do, like, there is this something called size. Okay, size, it tells you actually how many items are there in a certain collection. You could do size docs.length, that works, or you could do list.size, and this will actually give you the number of documents we have in this collection. Now if you go ahead and take a look over here, so we see in our chat collection we have 4 documents, so it will return 4. So let's go ahead and execute. Hi. All right, and we do see that it printed 4 over here. So that's how you get the number of collections, number of documents in certain collections. And actually it's very simple. Anyway, now we'll move forward. We don't need this basic examples. I think we have better understanding how Firebase collection works. Okay, now we want to do another thing. What is that? Over here, this is our actually message collection, right? So inside this collection, we have these 2 documents that's been generated when user was talking first time. Well, in your case, it might be just 1. If it is 1, don't worry, just go ahead, and it's also correct. Because I was doing different kind of test, so different kind of test I do different ways, so they generate different data. Anyway, so now over here we see that we have some fields over here. Now we want to work with the fields. Okay, now to work with the fields, why we do that? Because here, last message, message number, these are the few things that we actually want to update. So if the chatting is going on, and if 2 users have talked, the last message should be set here, as well as number of messages they have. So these are the few things we want to update. So this time we'll see how to work with update. All right, now to be able to work with update, it would be just like this one over here. Over here you also have to call update instead of get. But before you call update, you have to get your doc ID. If you don't get doc ID, actually you can't update. Okay, so that's the thing. So like for example, doc ID here, let me get a doc ID from here. So this one, so this is a doc ID, and I'm going to copy this. Now here we see 10, and this is a text, so I'm going to change these things. So but to change it, first I need the doc ID. Now inside this, I'm going to run update method. Now update method works like this. For update method, just like earlier we have seen, you have to have our field. So field1, field 1. Now field 1 had like this, so this was a text. We can say this is a shirt, okay, like that. And here field 2, it will say 100, okay, and that's it. Now we're gonna comment this out. So after it's done, actually we'll see that this document has been updated to this information, but we didn't added anything new as a document. Okay, so we will have no new document. So the idea is, first you have to get your certain collection, then you get your document ID, you have to get it somehow, and then use update method to update it, and that's as simple as that one. Now let's go ahead and check it. Now then we are going to check it, and we already see that it has been changed over here. This is a shirt and 100. So this is how the update method works. Okay, now once again, this was hard-coded value, right? We want to be dynamic. Okay, now we will see how to update our document, but using some condition. And first we'll do a query. Let's go ahead and remove this first. We don't need this first. And let's remove this as well. Okay, great. Now over here, first we are going to do a query about our documents. Why? Because I want to get the field. Remember, if you want to get the field of documents, you have to first do get and collection.get, and then when you get the object, you have to do docs, right? And after that, you have to do .data. So the idea is here, which is more, let me summarize this. So collection, get, and after that you have to do docs and then data. So this is how it actually works. It's a basic principle. Okay, all right. So here we'll do a query, and the query result we would save in a variable. Okay, and we'll call it message result. Okay, all right, and here we do await db.collection. Our collection is message, and for this message collection we'll get the document doc.id, and then over here would call with converter. Now inside this, here we do message msj.from firestore, and inside this we need to pass the data msj and options. You may ask what is msg, which I'm going to explain to you soon. msj.to firestore, this one. All right, now earlier we have seen that we have message content. Now for message content we had a model. So this was our model actually, which converted data to JSON and from JSON to object, right? Now here there is another model which is MSG as well. Now this has to do with this is also a model actually, and this also deals with converting data from JSON to object, from object to JSON. Now when do we need this thing? Now this one we need actually if we are going to work with certain documents and its fields over here. Okay, so if you take a look at them carefully, very carefully, you'll see that they're same. Okay, so this fields actually should be aligning with this one. Okay, yeah, so that's why we had a dedicated model for this one, and that model we just say message. Okay, now why we need this time? Because we are trying to get all the data from Firebase. Okay, so Firebase would get us JSON, so from JSON we would convert them to object. So this method would get executed, not really this one. Okay, all right, so we have the basic understanding. Then we need to do get. With this we'd get all the documents or all the information related to it. Okay, because we already have the document, so with this whatever inside the document itself will also get them. Okay, all right. After that, over here we'll check message result. Message result dot res, message result actually dot data, and if data not empty, not null, which means that here they have fields. Okay, so that's the idea. With this it means that they have fields. Okay, all right. Now if they have fields, we want to get them. Now here we'll say var item, and then here we do message result dot data. So we get all the fields. Okay, so from Firebase we would be able to get all the fields. Now we get this result and the data. Now after that, actually we need to go back to our Firebase console, and over here inside this, well, for our documents actually we want to add some fields. So over here actually we are going to add fields to it. So let's go ahead and do that. Now the field name we want to add is something called to msj num. Now the type is, we could do actually number, and then value for now we can just put it 0. We need to add another one which is called from msj num, and then I'm going to put it here as number one more time, and this is 0. Okay, all right. Now if you have two different documents and if they have missed this, you need to do for both of them. If you just have one, you're good to go. So one more time, I would do msg num and number 0. All right, and one more is from msg num. Now why we are doing that, I'll explain in the coming section very soon. So make sure that we have, okay, to message, and here we do see from message, and over here we do see from message and to message num. Now with this, actually we want to keep track of the value. What value we want to keep track? Like actually, say for example, you send a message or a voice call, but your other partner couldn't take it. In that case, we need to show them, hey, you have some incoming messages, like number of messages, like that. And for this reason, actually, we added this field. Now we'll modify it later one more time. Now here, we are going to do some checking on them. So anyway, here we'll have this item object. Now item object has a field which is called to message num. We already have this one, and we'll check if this is null. If this is null, then we'll set it to 0. If this is not null, so whatever the value is in this item, if it has value, actually we'll take that one and put it over here. Now of course we also need to create a new variable over here. So here we'll call it to num, like that. Okay, and we should be good to go. And over here we need to put it like this. We'll say, okay, it's not going to be null if you say it's null. And let's take a look at over here. Now instead of doing it like this, we have to do it so many places. So with the data itself, we say, okay, our data is actually not null because we're already doing the check over here. So now this error is gone. We don't need this anymore. It looks like for last one we still need, because here it looks like we're already doing a null check or null operator. If it is null, then we put 0. So over here we say it's not null. We make sure that. Okay. Now msg. All right. Now these are called null checker operator in Dart, which helps you runtime, which helps you prevent runtime crash. So it's very important and useful. Okay, now we would also do the other one. So here we say ms from msj num. Here we can just go ahead and simply copy this one actually. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll just put it here, and then instead of to, here we say from, and here it's the same thing, from. Now with this we'd be able to know that when we open our phone, if someone else has called you or not, and if they did, how many times. If they send you messages, how many times they have done it. Okay, now over here we could also make a note that to know if we have any unread messages or calls, like that. Okay, so this is the idea. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, now if this is so, how to add it actually? So we need to add a value to them. Okay, and how to do that? So first we need to check if we are actually the current user of this phone. Okay, we need to check if we are the current user of this app. So our app has a token. So if it matches the token, that means that, okay, I'm the one that's been using this phone. And how to work with this? Why we did this thing? Because we want to make sure that current user is the current user, which matches the token. The token refers to this user over here, okay, and from token is actually the token. It matches. Now the exact whole thing would make sense later more, because we didn't see the visual part yet. The idea is just to know, to show the other partner on the other side that how many messages you have sent and whether they have read them or not. Okay, so it's more about to let them know that if they have unread messages, if they didn't open the computer, open our app, okay, like that. So here we do from msg num equal from msg plus 1. So we are adding 1 to it. Okay, now if it is not the case, if it doesn't match, then we're gonna add to this condition over here. So here they say to message from to message plus 1. So in this case we add them. All right, so it will make sure how many messages you send. So we, based on that, we'll add the number, and this number would be shown on the other phone if they didn't open and read this messages. Okay, that's the idea. Now of course it's not going to work on its own. We have to update our database. So here we do await db. Now here we do collection. Now the collection once again is message collection, and after that we locked our doc id, which is doc id. We have to know that, and then we get our another collection, which is msg list. Oh, okay, in this case actually we don't need this one, we just need the doc id. Just need the doc id because we just want to update this thing. So we don't want to go to sub collection, we just want to update here. So that's why from here we'll call update method. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Now previously we have seen that update method takes map. So this is the map we have over here. Now inside this we'll just add the field over here. So here we'd say to msj num, this one, and whatever we had early to msj num, this one. I'm gonna copy this so that we could be quick. Now I'm gonna put it over here. So that's the first one, and then we do from. Now in that case 2 becomes from, and then we'll have this one over here. So we're gonna updating both of them. We'll see if they, to make sure that nothing misses in our case. Okay, all right, and then we also want to update our last message. Okay, so remember we have a last message section in our database. So for that one we could do send content, the content that we created early at the top over here. Okay, and so this one. Okay, so the pure text. So this one doesn't contain time and things like that. It only contains the actual text. But of course we also want to keep it track of the last time that's been sent to us. Okay, so last time the message has been sent to a certain user or from certain user, and we're going to use a timestamp dot now, and that's it. Okay, now while we do have this list and field, actually make sure we also have last time. Yes, we do have last time, we have last message. Yeah, okay, great. So now with this we'd be actually able to update our database to remember last time how many messages you have sent to the other guy, the last message, and as well as the last content. Okay, now this is the time you go ahead, save it and restart, and then after that we're going to send a message. So let's go ahead and do that. Say this is a new message. All right, okay. Oh, he sent it. Now let's go ahead and check our database. This is our message collection over here, and now I already have some messages over here, like from messages has been updated to 8. Now this is because I was also doing test. Now if I do it like this, you'd see that immediately it changes the value over here. Now I would say another message. Let's go ahead and hit it. And you see that it changed, last message changed, and the time changed as well. And it's amazing, actually. I mean, it's a real-time communication, and database updates immediately. I mean, I think this is just cool. This is just cool. Well, let me fix the typo because this is cool, right? Okay. You see, it's so fast. It's update immediately from our simulator to the database server. Well, here I am in China. The database server most probably is in India, the one that I have chosen, but it gets updated immediately. So it's a beautiful thing and super fast. So it means that's working. Well, the content last time and everything else is so now, because I'm sending from this device, so this is being updated, but not this one. If that guy send me message, actually on his side, that value would be updated. So later on we'll read them to show them that how many messages are unread. Okay, now, well, so far we are able to send messages and they get saved. So far we are also able to make a call, right? And we have big progress. But now this is the time actually we go ahead and show our text message over here. All right, now to be able to do that, actually first we need to understand some of the basic operations of Firebase. Now, how to do that? Well, over here first we'll see how to work with order by and what does it mean. We have to do database query. Now over here we are adding data, right? And after that you also get data, but that's not query, that's just getting the data, updating. Previously we have seen how to add data. Now here first we have to understand what is called order by and the limit, and then after that, based on that, actually we do more stuff which would help us to show our chat record over here. So this would be another good understanding how Firebase database works. Okay, now anyway, so here first I'm going to go ahead and declare a variable. I'll call it list. Actually you can call it anything you want. So here do db.collection, and our first collection is message, and we know that by this time. And after that, here we want to do like this. We want to pass our doc and doc ID. Then we want to get our collection, and that should be MSG list. By this time, you should be very familiar with this, that how it works. I mean, the collection thing, and this is the core part of working with Firebase actually. Now over here, we could just simply go ahead and do get, right? Okay. So we can get data like this, but now it wouldn't make a lot of sense. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to create a new collection like this. Okay, now the collection name would be chat, and on the collection itself, actually we are going to do like, say, would be adding data first, and then we would do order by. Okay, so here we'd do add, and then of course we know that we could actually add anything. And okay, let's go ahead and instead of chat call it people, actually, which would make more sense, because over here we're just doing an example. So the example would show us what is called order by and sort data and get data, that like you want to get 5 data, so just go ahead and get 5. Anyway, so inside this we're gonna do name, so person's name actually this time, and then over here I would do my text input controller, and we'll go to text. Now whatever the text is there, we'll put it in a name field. Okay, and then I would say age, and say age 35. It doesn't really matter, this is hard coded. And then over here I would do add a time. Now here I would add a timestamp. All right, dot now. Okay, great. Now so this would actually add data in Firebase, right? Okay, great. And after that, actually what you want to do, you want to get data. How to do that? So here you say my list, go ahead and declare a variable. So this time we'll get data based on certain conditions. How to do that? Here we do await.db.collection, and then our collection name is people, that one, the one that we created. and after that over here we could just simply do order by. So we want to get data from our database, and order by, say for example at a time, this one, and then here we do descending, and descending true, which means that big time to small time. And then we want to get how many data, say for example limit 3. We just want to get 3 of them, it probably the latest 3, and then we get all of them. Okay, all right. And if we do that, actually what's gonna happen now, this is the time. Actually we could do my list, and then we know that my list is gonna return us docs, and it has a method which is called for each, right? We're gonna invoke this for each method, and inside this we just gonna simply print our stuff over here. So here it's element, and then here we could do like say time anyway. All right, now maybe it didn't make a lot of sense what I'm doing here, but now once I show you the actual example, it will make sense. All right, anyway, so now let's go ahead and restart our app, and not restart, hot reload would work. Now this time I'm just gonna type here text, but it would be like any kind of name. So here I would do the best tag, and I'm gonna send it here. Okay, and it does look like we have a bit of issues. Let's check. Bad field doesn't exist within the, so it says that one of the field doesn't exist. Okay, now which field doesn't exist, I'm not sure whether it said that over here. Okay, now it does mean that we have an error somewhere here. Okay, so our collection is people, and then we do add time. Oh, okay, so actually this one I should copy and put it here. Now the error should be gone. The problem is where it says that actually bad state field doesn't exist. Okay, so that's just a field error name. Okay, all right, let's save it. Now try it one more time, and this time it should work. Okay, and of course over here we have 2 queries, because first time it went up to here, which means that it was able to add, but when it was trying to read, it couldn't read because the field didn't exist, right? Okay, great. Now over here if you see the time, so this is a 298 and 2737. So this time is bigger than this time, so it's in descending order. So what I'm doing over here, okay, so we have 2 records, and but we want to get 3, right? But we only have 2, so you can only get 2 as well. So now here we'd say Flutter. Let's go ahead and put it. Now this time we see that we have last 3 actually. So let me restart it so that it makes more sense. Okay, now here I would say Laravel. Okay, it doesn't really matter, you can actually type in anything. I just we are just doing test over here, right? Okay, great. Now here you do see that we get first 3 because we just wanted to get 3 of them. Okay, and we got 367 343 298. So it's getting from our database. Now in our database, if we go and check, we'll see we'll have 4 fields, right? So let's refresh it, because we just created a collection which name was people. Well, this name is a misnomer actually, because this is, anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're just doing a demo example. So here we have this 4 documents, right? So that's what I was saying, that we'll have 4 documents. All right, now we'd see it in real time right now. So let's go ahead and move it over here. And over here I would say Ahmed. Let's hit it. Now we'll see that we have new, and this is Ahmed over here, right? Okay, now here we still see, okay, let's refresh it, and here I would say Dylan. Okay, so we see the last 3. That's because why? We are just trying to get 3, and then it's order by 3, right? Okay, so order by time. So time takes it from the biggest 3 times. The biggest time is 6444, 6421. So the time is decreasing, right? So that's in descending order, which is true. So here we just learned how to work with Firebase and using order by and things like that, okay, and using limit at the same time, because this is the condition actually we are going to use very soon. But here I just created a simple form so that it makes more sense. Now instead of getting get, actually try to do a different kind of function which is called snapshots, okay. Now snapshots also returns us actually over here we'll see that it does return us query snapshot as well. Now if you have get, it also returns query snapshot. If you see that here you say query snapshot, but with get you'll see that with get you return future, but if you have snapshots it returns actually stream, so a stream of data. So what is the difference between stream and future? Future only returns data from database once when you make a query, and that's it. But stream, once you make a request to the database using snapshots, actually it creates consistent connection with the database, which means that if data changes somehow, you will see that the values changes, okay, immediately on your UI. So if there is a change on database, your app can notice it if you use snapshots to get data. So that's the difference. So the basic understanding of snapshots is that once you use snapshots to get data, it will always keep a connection with the server. But if you use get, it won't have connection with the server all the time. Once the syntax gets done, execution gets done, with get it will lose the connection, but with snapshots it will still have the connection. And if there is change in the data, new data would be sent back to your app, to the client side. So our app in this case is our client side, okay. Now as we understand about few new ideas, which is called order by, limit, and snapshots, now we'll go ahead and use actually this idea in our actual data, which is this kind of data, and we'll see how to get the real-time data from Firestore and show the data over here. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Alright, so previously we have seen this snapshot object and we talked about that it has a consistent connection with the server, Firebase server. Now let's go ahead and verify about this snapshot object, right? It's very important to know. Okay, we'll verify that it has consistent connection, and when you make changes we can print a log or get the changes to our client side, which is our app. Okay, great. Now over here inside this list, we have the list name is my list. So from my list we could do a function which is called listen. Okay, you need to listen to it, and the object it has inside, there is an object actually. So inside listen function we have an anonymous function. Okay, so this is an anonymous function which has an object, so you can name it anything, it doesn't really matter. They have named it event, but if you want you can actually change that. Okay, now this event object, it has actually a few properties that we can use. One of them is docs, and that is doc changes. So the doc changes, this one is actually used for listening to the changes in our document. Okay, so that's why we could go ahead and use it and listen to it. Now if you do here like this, doc changes, and if you hover over on this, well, first we can do a comma like this, and then you hover over on it, you see that it returns a list. So the object inside this Firebase listen function, that object has a property which is called doc changes, and it's a list. So that means that we can actually loop through it, and then we can find whatever inside this. So inside this actually we'll have this query snapshot, which is actually would be our documents. Okay, So here it already said that an array of the documents that changed since the last snapshot. Okay, so here briefly we understand that it returns a list of documents. Okay, so that's the basic takeaway from it, and since it's a list we can go through it. So here we'll declare a variable and we'll call it change. It doesn't really matter, you can call it anything. So it's a for loop. So here we do in event dot docs changes, change, doc changes, this one. Now since it's a for loop, we'll have curly braces over here. Yeah, that's it. Now each of the document would be over here in this change variable, right? Now, well, so document has our message, right? We know that document has our message or text. So we can edit the message, we can change the message, we can do things like that, right? Okay, so there are many properties that we can also access from this change object over here. Now for this we want to see what kind of change we are doing. You might change a message, or you might change a field value over here, or text value, or you may remove that. So would fall back to all these conditions. Now let's go ahead and listen to it. So here we do change.type. Now over here we would put curly braces, and now it'll throw an error because it would ask you to add missing case clauses. So let's go ahead and do that, and it should automatically use it or generate for you actually. So here if we add a new item, actually would fall back to this category over here. So the item we add, we can grab that, print it, or do whatever calculation we want. And over here we can also modify them if we want, but if we modify our text from somewhere else, then we'll see that okay, it reflects over here, and we can also get back the modified object from the server. And if we somehow remove something, that would also reflect over here. Now first over here we're gonna print if we add something. Okay, now here we would say added document object over here. Okay, now whatever we are adding, we can get through this like this. So here we would do changes, and then inside this we could do doc. Okay, now and we can just simply go ahead and print the doc object if we want, or we can also print the doc ID, the recently added document, that's ID. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it over here, and make sure it's restarted. Now over here I'm going to set like this. This is a new one. All right, okay, let's go ahead and hit send button. As we added a new one over here, but we see that 3 statements over here but not 1. Now that's the reason, because if you hover over on this here, you'll see that it says an array of the documents that changed since the last snapshot. If this is the first snapshot, all the documents that would be in the list as an added changes. So what it does eventually is trying to tell us, okay, so whatever the list is there, document changes, if we changed any of them in this change list, all would be there. Okay, but of course our newly added is there as well, but you can ask why only 3, because here you see that we are just getting 3. Of course you can get all of them, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so the idea is if you add a new one over here, it gets reflected. Okay, so this is the place where we'd be able to do something later. And now we'll take a look at this place over here. Now we would see that we can change our documents from the backend, which is Firebase console. Okay, and here it would say changed value. All right, now over here we're going to print a value from our document. So here we do doc, and then inside the doc actually we want to get age object. Okay, because we are going to change the age, and we'll see that it gets reflected over here. Now how to change it? Okay, but anyway, if we change, now this value should be printed, and as well as I would see the newly changed value as well. Before we go ahead and actually view the changes from terminal as well as backend, let me remove this limit, because it will take 3 of them, and but you really don't know which 3. But in that case we just remove all of them, and then let's reload, and okay, make sure it's empty over here. Now let's come over here. and this is one of the documents that I have chosen. Now this is the people document that we have created before, so just randomly choose any of them, and we all see, okay, of course 35 because it was set 35 before. Now we'll change it over here and we'll see how it goes. Here we do 40, and let's go ahead. Okay, now of course it looks like it didn't take impact, so we'll restart our app. And even before we start actually coming over here, now, well, we changed it a few times and it didn't take effect. The reason is that's because over here we are not sending message. If we don't send message, this function doesn't get activated. If it doesn't get activated over here, we won't be able to listen to changes, because remember, changes are inside this function. So we need to send a message so that this function gets activated. So let's do that. Hello there, one more time. All right, okay, now we have a lot of documents, and now inside this, well, not this one, I'm not going to change this. I'm going to change this word where it says 23. Now here we'll change it to 40. Now as you see that it reflected immediately, which means the changing is working and our app is listening to it. So now let's change it to 100. Yes, now you see the value that changes immediately. So the idea is, of course, we have to trigger the changes first. If we don't trigger the changes, we won't be able to listen to it. How to do that? This is using this send message, because it only listens to the changes once we click the send message button, right? Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, great. Okay, now after that, actually we are going to do our actual changes. Now, where are the actual changes happen? The actual changes happen in our collection. And what's our collection name? Well, our collection name is actually, here we have two collections. One is message and there is message list. So we need to listen to the collections or changes of them, not in other places. Okay, now before we start saving our data, make sure that we have a variable that's going to save our data, a state variable. Now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click on this, and here this is the variable. Okay, now actually this variable would be holding our data. Okay, for holding our data from Firebase Firestore. Okay, so now it's already there, so we are not going to declare it. Now we're gonna come over here at the top. Now over here actually we are doing the test, but actual code should not be here, because you see that this only gets triggered, which I've told you early, if you hit this send button, right? Otherwise it doesn't get triggered. So part of this code we don't need from here anymore. So we're gonna remove this, and this one I'm going to cut it and move it to somewhere else. So let's go ahead and do it. So this is not a good place to put your code where you want to listen. Now, where is the best place? Actually, this is the place where we can actually use onReady, override onReady. And this is where we want to go ahead and use our logic, the logic that we talked about. And over here we would override onInit. Now you can ask, why not onInit? Why onReady? Now that's because onInit actually gets initialized very early in the life cycle of Flutter, which we really don't need that. Okay, now we only need that actually when we come to this page and start using it. Now this one gets called even before you go ahead and use any of this thing. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and do an experiment here. We could say print this is onReady, right? And over here we'll do the same thing. Okay, print this is onInit. All right, now let's go ahead and save that. Now I'm going to restart the app, so make sure that everything works fine. All right, so now I'm going to the contact page, and then we'll go to, now we are already in the from contact page to message page, right? Okay, now here you see that already really gets way early, which we don't need. So go back again, and now let's click on this. Okay, so it's a bit early, so we don't want to do that thing. We can do it a little later. So over here we have this onReady method. Now there are other benefits of having it in onReady rather than onInit. So onInit could also slow it down because it will start way too early. So over here we separate the task from here to here, because onInit anyway gets called way too long and things can get stuck over there. So with this, it would be smooth communication. I mean, this page wouldn't look so laggy. Now one thing we would need to do first, we want to get our state variable, and then the variable that we have declared early, so that is message list, this one, and we want to clear everything. We want to get the fresh data, so that we want to show over here. Now after doing that, actually we would do Firebase a query. Now we'll get the messages from the query. So here we do db.collection, and then inside this we'll have message, and then over here we could do doc. Now inside the doc we would say doc ID. All right, now collection returns collection reference, and doc function returns doc reference. Anyway, so after that over here we'll have another collection, and then we will call it message list. Actually by this time we should be very used to this kind of syntax and Firebase grammar, the way it works. Now with this over here we'll have all with converter, and inside this we'll have this two different and after that over here we just get all the value. And before that, let me fix it over here, otherwise the error would be still there. So msj content, this one, okay, and from here we're gonna call from Firestore, and this time this method would get invoked because it would get data from Firestore, and we know that message contents actually relates to the kind of data in this message list. Now over here we do message content, msg, and options, and after that msg dot to Firestore. Now once again let me show you that these are the fields, those few fields like token, content type, and add time, because we just want to get the content, I mean the message content, right? The actual content of our chat. Anyway, now inside this over here we are going to do like this. So I'm gonna actually put it here, and then over here I'll do order by. Now we already know that how order by works, so over here we would, based on add time, we'll get everything. And let's do descending true, and after that you wanna get, now you wanna do a limit over here. So we wanna get, say, first well, the latest 15 messages we want to get from Firebase Firestore. Okay, so with this we'd be getting the latest 15 one. It means the last 15 messages between these two users. Okay, all right, and what else? Now let's work on this, because first we want to get the messages, right? But when you are on this page and if you type in, so you have to also get the latest messages. So if it didn't make sense to you, let me repeat that. So whenever you go there from here, from this page, first we'd be loading 15 messages from Firebase Firestore, right? And we'd show them. And as you start typing in, actually we want to be activated, which means that we want to keep listening, because we send message to Firebase, and over here we also want to update immediately. So that's why we need to invoke the listen function, which one we have seen before. Okay, Now at the top, let us declare a variable over here. So here we would say var, and we'll call it listener, just like this. And let's see. So we don't need to change anything. We'll just continue like this. Now over here we have this listener variable, the one that we just declared. I think we have a typo actually. So let me make sure we fix the typo. Okay, yeah, listener. Now over here we do messages, and then we're gonna actually get snapshots, right? Because if we get snapshots, then we can listen to that. We learned before that if you call get function, you can't listen. With snapshots, you constantly listen to Firebase. Okay, so which means that when we are in this page, when we navigate to this page, already would get called and would be listening if there are any changes to Firebase. If you send messages, you'd see it here immediately, as well as someone send message from other side, you would also see it here immediately. So that's why this listen function is so important. All right. Now after that, here let's declare a temporary list. This is where we want to put our content that would be coming from Firebase. So here we would do list, msg list, msg content, actually not list, content, this one. Okay, now inside this we'll do a temp msg list like that, and then we'll have a variable msg content like that, and like this. Okay, now inside this we would do for, and then here we would do var, and we would do change in, and event dot doc changes. Now this section we have seen before. Only new section that we have added over here is this one. Okay, after adding the new section over here, we can do a switch statement, because the change variable itself returns a lot of types, like for example whether we are editing, adding, or removing data. So here we would have switch statement, and inside this we would do like change, and it'll have a property which is called type. Actually we can get that property, and then would be here. Now I'm on Android Studio, it auto recognizes this missing properties, so I'm just gonna hit here and it's gonna add us automatically. Okay, great. Now the first thing we want to do is checking over here, right? So if we want to add new things, we want to be notified. Okay, now here let's do like this. So do a print statement, and then inside this here we would do like this. So we'll have change dot docs dot id. Okay, now here we are adding id, and let's see. Okay, so I need to do this. All right. Okay, and most probably we also need to convert it to string, and the error should be gone. Well, if it didn't work like this, so let me do it like this, take it off like this, and here we do print, and then like this. So here we do change dot doc dot id. All right, so we're going to print each of the documents id. Now what's gonna happen over here? Well, even before I tell you, let me show you what's gonna happen over here. Let me restart my app and make sure that we are well connected with the server, because I get disconnected on and off because I don't always record the video. Anyway, so once I'm here, we go there, click on this, and we do see that here we have a lot of documents that's over here. Now what are these documents? These documents are coming from this message list, right? Now of course, this is not what we edited or changed or not even added. But the rule is that if you hover over on this, you'll see it says that an array of the documents that changed since the last snapshot. If this is the first snapshot, all documents will be in the list as added changes. How to understand this? Now here, the last one, understand the last sentence. If this is the first snapshot, all documents would be added in the list as added changes. The question is, what is your first snapshot? Okay, so as soon as we come into this page, well, onReady function gets triggered, and then we do messages, right? I mean, we do this query, and now that is our first snapshot. Well, of course, actually, first snapshot happens on over here. Not really. We could add snapshots over here. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So when this one gets executed, that's your first snapshot when you are on this page. Okay. So as we hit this page first time, so that's our first snapshot. And if this is your first snapshot, it says that it will add everything. All the documents would be added in this added changes, which you can get from here actually. So you can get all of them and print over here, but that's only happens first when you hit this page. So each time you come over here, so we'll click on this, and each time you come over here, that snapshot gets created, and only once. But later on, if you do changes, you'll see that it's gone actually. Okay, yeah, or if you add a new message, it's gone. Okay, now over here we can prove that. Okay, now we have this amount of documents over here. Now let me hot reload, and after that, in this case, I'm gonna send a message, hello there. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so now this time we just see 2. Okay, let's try again. How are you? All right, so you see that of course it's printing the same document twice. The idea is, now later on as you work on this, it's just gonna get you the document, the last one, the one you just added. But when you come to this page first time, it would get you everything. So we can do it one more time and we'll know how it works. So let's go ahead and hit this. So these are all the documents. Now right after NJ, it would add another document. You can say I like Firestore. Okay, now let's hit it. Now here we do see that here we do have this documents. Now of course it might bring it few times, so we don't care about that as long as this is unique. Okay, so yeah, so later on if you do it, it would get reflected over here. Now that means that actually we can get our latest, the newly added document back from Firestore to our app. And that's important because when you send a message, the latest one should be here. Okay, so it's very important, as well as the other person you are chatting, it would be there for them as well. Okay, so that means that the latest one we can get successfully, and that's a good news. All right, but of course we don't want to add it like this, so let's go ahead and change this thing. Okay, now over here we would do if change the doc. Now here we'd get the data property. If data is not null, we do like this. Okay, so inside this we will add this data message.templist over here, and we'll add it. Okay, now with this one we do change doc data. So the data that we have added just now. Okay, but of course if you want, you can also print that. So let's go ahead and print over here. Let's come over here, and now let's do this. Now here we do I'm fine. Well, it just got added, but while it was printing the same way. Hi there. So this time it's being more accurate. Now we are adding it only once. So let's try it one more time. Do you like Flutter? All right, so we are making sure that it just only once. Now there was 3 times, so 2 times. The reason I'll explain later, but in general it just should get you only once, okay, because you just added one data. Okay, now let's continue to work on this. All right, so it means that the last added data we can get, and it's in our hand, right? So we could do a lot of things. Now the last added data, we just put it in this list. So how it's gonna work, let me tell you. So here is this temporary list. So first time we come to this page, very first time when you come to this page for chatting, it would get the latest 15 from database, and then at the same time it would put over here, which is the temporary list. Actually we need that because we don't want to mess up our main list. Actually our main list should be this one. So here's this message list. Right now up to this time message list is still empty. We didn't put anything inside this. It's just executing, but here it's empty. So when it comes over here, it's gonna add the data, right? Add the data in the list. So that's our temporary list. Now after getting done with temporary list, we need to get out of this, and we have to do a bit of different operation which is called reverse the list. Now here we do reverse list, and I'll explain why we do that. Message list dot reversed, and what does it mean by reversed. And inside this, let's come inside this, and as well as do this. Here we'll call state dot message list, and then inside this we would do value, actually value dot insert this one, and 0 and the element. Now why we are doing this? So imagine we are retrieving data with this one, right? Now we are doing descending order true. Now what does that mean? So when you do descending order true, which means that from the big time to the low time, or the latest time to the oldest time, like that, okay? But latest time should be maybe 4, 3, 2. I'm just taking this is as a time example, but of course the time you don't write like this. That would be a lot of numbers, the way we save time. Say for example, this is the last message I sent, and it was sent at 4 o'clock. The earlier message was sent at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 1 o'clock, okay? Now when we retrieve the data using this query from Firestore, because we are mentioning descending true, so it will return the data like this, okay? So from the very latest one to the oldest one, if you have very lot of data, so it would work like this, okay? So up to here we add it like this, and now over here we reverse the list. You see we did the reverse. Now let's see. Well, if you reverse it, it becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, okay? Now after doing that, so over here you see this is the old one, right? And this is the new one. Now why you are doing like this? So after reversing it, it becomes like this. But now here you see, now in this message list we are inserting, so this is first, okay? And this is, well, now here 0 means put the certain element, because we are looping through it, right? So right now we are looping through this documents over here. So as we are looping through it, what's gonna happen over here? So we take the first one and we put in this list at the very first, okay? Well, that looks like we are putting the old one over here, right? Old one over here. Well, it may sound strange, but look at this one. When it comes to the next one, it puts at the very first one again. So this 1 gets replaced by 2. So the second one is still here. You get the idea, right? Because whatever comes from here, you always put it at the very beginning, at the very first index, which is index 0 actually. And that's what we're doing over here. So if you do like that, so eventually the order is still correct, okay? Now this is a list where actually we don't want to mess up with the very latest one, because this list would be actually very long running, which means that it would stay in the memory for a long time. Why? Look at this. So let's come over here. You see it's OBS type. So as long as the app is alive, this data is there. So you have to maintain the order of this list. Okay, now if you do like this, the way we configured over here, whenever the message comes down, very last one should be always here. Okay, so this is a long running list and this is a temporary list. This list only when you come here first time, and then if you send messages, but when you go back, actually this message list is actually gone when you go to other page, because it's a local variable over here inside this. But this would be alive in the memory, in the app memory. So whenever you add something, when you came here, it has to be at the very bottom, in a sense of bottom of this page, which means that at the very first index. Okay, so hopefully I made it clear and it should make more sense to you. Anyway, so now we are good with this. Now we have to do another thing over here. We need to let the UI know that, hey, our data has been updated. So here we do state message list and a refresh. Now this refresh is coming from getX. It's a getX function. If you add a refresh at the end of your list, then it would refresh the list, but of course it wouldn't change the order. So refreshing means it's telling the UI, because UI is using this list, right? Telling the UI, so my list has been updated, please take it and put the new data. So that's the idea, and that's why we actually use list. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, great. Now we are done with this. Okay, now we'll take care of how to solve this problem, actually the problem that I was talking about. So let's see that the problem exists. Now over here, if I click on this, now here we do see that we have contents, and then if we send a message there, so let's go ahead and try a message. Hello there. All right, and well, we do see that one message, but if you go back and try again, let's say here, so we went back and we still see the same message. You could do like this, go back like this, and then click on this, and then we say this, and over here we could say hi and send again, and go back and send again. So there are too many messages that actually gets coming over here. Now we already seen over here, like we can prove it like this. Say for example we do print newly added like this. Okay, if this is not clear, all right, now here you say hi, and well, we have so many, right? We have 4 of them. Now why this is happening? Actually, as we are coming over here, the page gets loaded using this onReady function, and we know that, and then the listener gets connected, right? So it keeps listening to Firebase server. Now as you leave the page, actually what we should do, we should actually cancel this listening thing, but we are not doing that one. Okay, so when you leave your page controller, you have to release the resources, which we are not doing. Now here we do like this, void override this one. Okay, and here we do void on close. So let's go ahead and do that on close this function, and inside this we need to call super.onClose, and then after that we could do listener dot cancel this one. And remember, we also have our in text controller, my input text controller. You also have to cancel that, cancel. So we have to release all the resources. Sorry, that shouldn't be cancel, that should be dispose. All right, okay, now we are good. Now with this we'll not have any memory leak. Now you'll see that over here on close, this one is actually more like the dispose method if you use a stateful widget. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see how it goes this time, whether we have any redundant messages as we switch between pages. So let's go ahead and check on this. Now let's check this. All right, so now this is very expected. All right, and now here I would say hi. Let's go ahead and check that. Okay, of course the log is normal because we have 2 logs at the top, right? So that part is still okay because there's 2 logs. Okay, now you add more. Hello, we'll still get 2. All right, it's already printed. Now go back like this. Now here you come back. All right, now let's try this. We'll also say hello again. So it gets added very quickly. So now to prove it further that actually it's working, I could also do like this over here. Whatever the content actually we are printing, so like this one, my input text controller dot text, this one, right? So whatever is there, we want to print that message, right? That would make sure that message is unique. Newly added. Okay, looks like we were cleaning, hot reload didn't work, so we are going to restart it. Since we are changing in the controller, this could be the reason. Anyway, so let's try it one more time. All right, great. Now here we'll see hi there. Let's go ahead and click on this. So we only see once. Now you go back and come back again and try Flutter. All right, so you see only once. Try the best tech or your favorite brand. You'll only see once. Go back. All right, as you go back, actually a lot of the resources are being released, right? Okay, now over here I'm gonna do Dart. Okay, all right, we only see like this. So with this, our memory is not leaking and we are doing great actually, and that's wonderful. Okay, so now with this we are done. Next section we'll see how to work on the UI.